looks like I might have jumped the gun. I don't know if yellow's actually ready.
It's okay to get acclimatized to
There it
the
is.
to the weather, you know. Granted.
Every time I come out here, I'm like, it's colder during a steel than during practice.
I mean, that's also true. When it's just like dead empty for the last like hour. Like before this game. Brandon throwing third.
Kicks off. Welcome back to the college Bonspiel. I am your continuing commentator, Isaac, joined here by Bryce from Yale.
Yes,
Welcome
I'm
to
so
the
excited to be here today, Isaac. Thank you for having me, and I'm honored to be a guest commentator.
After having lost my mind over the last 2 draws, it's good to not be sitting here alone watching these games.
Oh, it seems like there's...
And for our featured game here this afternoon, we have MIT 2 versus Yale 2. Yale leading off with their 2 stones, one guard towards the corner of the house, another towards the center, getting back on track. MIT has one in the rings, right on the button. Pretty wide open, so they could be able to hit that, Yale could be able to hit that later if they need to. MIT opting for a draw around that guard that Yale has just placed. Get up for our scoreboard.
They're serious here.
I
love it.
We take this broadcast very seriously.
Yeah. People back home talk about it. Best broadcast in college curling.
Who says that?
I've heard it. I'm from Ohio. I hear it there. Halfway across the country.
Sure.
Soon enough, you'll be all the way down.
Nice thing about being around here is we do have all of our sheets being broadcast even on league night, so people highlights and lowlights, as it were.
Full stats book. Looks like Yale is asking for Emmy. Just said, or maybe he just went to
I think if you want to draw behind, you're probably going to throw the up. Well, no, you can throw that way and have some back. That's a little tight.
Oh, they've switched.
Lots, a little bit of a spinner. That is going to kind of have to hold it. Oh,
It's like we've dropped a
We've lost
stopwatch on the
something.
ice. Stopwatch on the ice from
and
now.
that
They're
is going
take the
to
guard.
just barely get by, and that might actually overcurl a little bit.
And
it will not be.
It was a highly interesting shot, and that was from Anna Garfield of Yale. Their vice throwing second.
Glad you know who this is, 'cause I was definitely going to start calling people the wrong names. Anna Garfield from Austin, Texas. She is a chemistry and East Asian studies major. Has curled for 1 year. Was part of the Guinness World Record for largest pizza party ever. Did you attend that?
You know, I wish I would have attended it, because my fun fact for years has been that I have a Guinness World Record for the most amount of people opening pop cans at the same time. So now I have the same amount of Guinness World Records. It wasn't...
Have you played a game on Cheat 2? Okay.
You've announced this fact.
I haven't.
Did you announce other years?
I've announced that fun fact, but the thing about all of these is when they're that when they just say I have a Guinness World Record. The problem is the follow-up for me is always I want to know what the record was.
Often the record is less.
I don't care. That's the funnier part to me. It's what random, very specific thing you have a record for. I feel like you'd rather this is going to end up being really narrow, and
You got a very strange.
I think it's going to. Oh, it might
Wow.
just accomplish what they wanted.
World record shot.
The doing things the hard way. Sometimes that's what happens. draw this morning, I was unable to have the score bug up because I didn't check the one box that requires it to actually show up.
Ah.
So I figured it out by now. To have a proper score. What happened on the last one? Oh, okay.
It's a little quick, but I took the thing.
That weight is going to be okay. It's just going to curl in a lot more. These rocks have been finishing pretty hard, and that will just end up sitting in the way there. Not a bad result if you're Yale. You're working your effectively, and MIT probably forced to just get rid of some of these guards. That is what they're going to do. So I don't have any information on this.
He is a mystery. Oh, what was his name?
Brandon.
Yes. Guest spotlight. Thank you, guys.
Brandon able to get rid of one of those, but still keeping that main guard on the center open for IT, or for Yale rather. Yale with an opportunity to just put another in the way, cover some more space, and hold on to this one. They do not have hammer, so would be very happy to steal the one. Could promote their own if necessary, but it's looking a little heavy. Is going to crash, and this is actually going to benefit MIT because it's going to open this up very nicely for them. Get rid of that rock. You're going to have to come from the inside out to get to it. Opting to get rid of the higher of the two yellows, I don't really agree with this. I feel like I'm not actually accomplishing too much by getting rid of this, and the chances of it jamming are actually pretty high. They're not that high, but it's there, and therefore it's going to happen. And if you get rid of this, you haven't really accomplished too much for yourself. I guess you can keep it on the outside here, which they will do. Try and go for a double, it seems like. And they will get it, but it will jam right on that back one. And house being relatively open with MIT being second and fourth shot, but Yale able to just put up a guard here if they want to, or just draw in. Force MIT to deal with two rocks. Opting to kind of accomplish both at the same time this year. But discussing the shot to the wings. They can get this, it will cover their back one, and they will be sitting two. With MIT having an opportunity for a double, but not exactly an easy one.
I think Marco Opena.
First shot here. Wait.
That was a shot.
I was trying to count. I couldn't. classified. That is going to overcurl and touch, but it will be on the house. It's about half. You can't really do a nose hit on this for the double because the back one will crash. You do definitely need to get rid of that if you're MIT. Real here, the skip for MIT2 from Clifton, New Jersey. She's studying chemical engineering. It's curled for, I don't know why MIT is specifying 0.157 years curling on several of their members.
That's not an MIT way to classify years.
That has to be down to like the day.
It has to be. Number of bonds.
That's not 12ths. That's not 12ths. It's not. Opting for this hit. Ideally, you probably want to roll to the outside and keep that back yellow open for a shot. Rocks have been curling not that much on hits. It's looking pretty nice for them. Got to watch it. It is going to curl a little too much, actually. And that is going to catch the other side of that, and it will the other is back, but yellow is still counting. Probably could have kept that, could have swept that to keep it towards the edge, but opting instead to hit the inside. Not jamming on the back red at the very least. Across the rest of the draw today, or this afternoon, we have Tilton against Penn State 2. RPI in a mirror match, RPI 1 versus RPI 2 on sheet 3, and Penn State 1 versus Bowdoin 1 on sheet 4. I don't know about you, but I've always found that when you have a mirror match, when you have a match of the same school, the relative skill of each team goes completely out the window.
Oh, it comes just down to aggressive gameplay and a fair bit of trash talk.
You can have your quote A team and B team and have one have a generally better record, and when they play against each other, all bets are off.
Oh yeah, it all comes down to a mental game.
Yeah,
and they know each other's weaknesses.
Gale looking to hit this stone. It's a dangerous shot to make if you catch the inside of it, you're going to jam it. Situation where you are giving MIT a look at 3. Sweeping it,
Looks like they need a bit more
push,
curl.
and staying wide, and that
They may just
bring
make
it
out.
close. Oh,
Yeah.
It's going to go into the back yellow, and that is just going to sit towards the inside. Still shot rock, but a much more open hit for MIT. A little bit of a difficult one because you cut that back. Very doable. To the outside, you'd even be willing to get rid of the back end. Yep.
That is the tape.
I mean, just say you get 2. If you catch the inside and get a good roll, you can get 3. So, it's a loser. Early on this. Stone is curling pretty aggressively. They got to go on it. It is really going, actually. It is going to curl all the way to the middle. Way more than I thought, but it's just going to end up being a steal of 1 for Yale. lucky break from them. Maybe Rock was a little too slow. Closer to board weight, potentially. It's going to be
Again.
We get a lot of those, don't we?
College girl?
Yes, I did. I played for RPI.
Oh, really?
Yes. 2021. So I played like 2 seasons because of COVID. So 2.5.
Know any of the Yaleys? Potentially.
No, Christina.
Christina, okay.
But I mean, there were certainly people I played against whose names I would recognize from outside. Yeah. Did not curl with our team. That we have finished our first ends across the board. Castleton getting a 4 against our Penn State 2. Yale 2 getting a 1 against MIT 2. RPI 2 getting a 2 against RPI 1. And Penn State 1 getting a 2 against Bowdoin 1. It is going to get a little bit. It is going to get the. That will just stay there right at the very edge. A very nice shot to the wings. Not exactly the shot you want as the team without hammer, but won't complain about it. That is going to be a very tough rock to get rid of if you are MIT. Because I don't know this stringer. Was that Sophie?
That was Sophie Sarrazin from Pensacola, Florida. Pensacola, goodness. Forgive me, Sophie, when you're watching this.
Studying ethics, politics, and economics, and she can do the splits.
Wow.
She's been curling for 1 year.
And by 1 year, she means that she has been to one practice event.
So 0 years.
Actually lies. A learn to curl. She has been to one learn to curl and played 2 matches, which would be today and yesterday.
It's hard to tell on these sheets because sometimes people write they've curled for 1 year, meaning they started the previous season.
Exactly. Anna Garfield, this is her second year curl. Same deal with Mark. But it sounds weird to put 0 years.
Some people have, other people have put more specificity and said, Danny here has 2 weeks.
Oh, see, that's good. This lends more credence to the MIT theory of 2.157. Gabrielle. Very simple.
Aiming to once again stay towards the wings. Shouldn't really be sweeping that too much because that's just gonna. MIT with hammer is totally fine with those corner guards. Giving a lot of ice here, but should finish pretty nicely if necessary. Karam, the lead for MIT, throwing second stone. Karam is from Toronto, Canada originally. He's been curling for 2 months. Mechanical engineering and supply chain management major. Apparently he can bake a really good a really big sourdough loaf. Let's say good.
Yeah, any note on the quality? Quantity over quality, they say.
They do say that. He baked it for a Friendsgiving the last time he did it, so maybe he'll be making one again soon. A little hard to bake that in a dorm, but not impossible.
close.
Not sweep that and just let it go in. They're going to start going. Get it to go to top 12 right about a touching 8. Late, in fact. Just get that to go quite a ways. But open, very hittable rock for MIT. Ideally going to want to roll that under your guard. But that isn't good. Zone is going to be very narrow. They're going to try and sweep it as much as they can, but off the center line, these rocks have really been moving. It's going to be a little lower weight too. And it's just going to go right on through. Yale's still sitting 2 stones. Looking very happy with that at the moment. Draw the other way. I wasn't sure. I didn't see if this was a draw or a guard.
I think it was a little faster.
I don't think you necessarily need a guard here if you're. I mean, it might help you in your attempt to get a steal, but you've already got so many rocks in the way. This rock is going to be.
Crash their
That will actually benefit them a little bit, get things more towards the wings. Backstone will stay in play, and they will be sitting 3. In a very good spot for a force, if not a steal, going forward in this end. It's available space, though, for MIT, so even though you got a couple in the rings, it is by no means out done. Max, the second from MIT, from Dublin, Ohio.
Oh, wow, just near me, actually.
Oh, really?
Unique, yes.
Specifying that he does have a fun fact, but declining to share it.
Classic MIT. Utilitarian team.
This, the skip for MIT1, Declan, who I play with on Sundays, opted to put no as having a fun fact, to which I told him, Declan, you definitely have. It's like, nah, nothing's happened in my life. I'm like, you just adopted a dog. He's like, that's true.
Wow, an Ohio heavy team, that MIT. That was also in Ohio.
Yes.
Representations.
This one really moving. Good, but it's going to stay out. When these rocks have higher weight, they do tend to curl less, especially tonight, and that's just going to go right on through. Not help you, but not really hurt either. MIT available for just a straight draw to the 4-foot still. Actually opting for the hit here. Both are very reasonable shots. It's really more up to whatever Brandon here wants to throw. Feels more comfortable with the hits. You can absolutely throw this. You just got to get your roll under. Really trying to sweep it and get it to hold straight. That rock is going to be curling quite a bit. It is going to keep going. They're going to lay off because it's already past it. No, it will get to it, and that will keep going, and it will just go out and be second shot. Had they stayed on that rock the whole way down, it probably would have ended up where they wanted it to go. But instead, that rock keeps moving and ends up towards the edge. And see the counting rock, the yellow or Yale off the 8-foot through that port, so it is an option. A little bit of a fall here, but manages to keep the stone going. Looks okay. It is going to curl a lot. It is losing handle. It is, in fact, going to completely lose handle, and that's going to cause it to bump right over. Trying to push this as far over as they can, MIT. Do not want that covering the back. It does not. Looks to be, I believe, fourth shot. I don't think it is. Sir.
That counting rock.
MIT opting to draw here. It looks to be a little up, but it will come down. Calling for their sweepers. Don't really need to. Gonna lay off. Gonna instead push a little bit and leave it right on the edge of the button.
Wow, very nice rock.
Very nice weight, pretty open, available for hitting. If you are Yale, though. Down to this stone, I think trying to catch inside of it, the corner frozen, could be shot doing that. You might be, I mean, otherwise you'd be second shot in a situation very hard to get rid of your stone. Especially with the back one, they want another option in case MIT tries to get rid of the back yellow stone that is currently second shot. Getting a good amount of weight, playing a tap here it looks like. That is going to come down. It is going to just barely catch the stone and move it in a little bit further under that guard. So not actually helping MIT, or sorry, not helping Yale very much. MIT going to draw down to this and try and get their two that way. Options here, probably signaling what they want to do as backups here if necessary. Real stone a little fast, so that might just sail right on through. For MIT, you might even want to hold that to avoid hitting your own, but it won't be much of a problem. That is just going to pass right on through. Quite heavy. Bit of a shake of the head from Gabriella, sorry. I don't know if that's what people call themselves. I'm not going to give people names. He's still sitting one. They are first and third shot. Yale's second shot. Fourth. Looking to draw down the center. These rocks are moving a lot at the end, so it is possible, though. They have not thrown this path very much, so unsure what this is going to do. I feel like you have better odds trying to throw the same path you already threw. You have a better idea of what's been going down that way. You saw MIT stone just a minute ago. But instead opting for the other turn. Looks pretty quick as well. Stone going is really going. They're trying to get it over. It is going to get over enough, and it will hit into the red stone. Just a question of how much it gets. Gets a little bit, and it does spill out, and quite a close shot from Yale, but MIT still with first shot.
Get to that stone twice.
And Gabriella now available for a draw for 2. Got to be full 8 foot here. Not completely, but that's the goal. Stone going. They really got to sweep it to get there. I think they are going to make it as long as they can get by that yellow rock. It is just barely going to get by. They're going to lay off, and that is going to be 2. Just past the button for Gabriella, and that'll be a 2 from them. Very nice draw. A good sweep to hold that rock and keep it past that center line yellow guard. We're gonna sail on through. Be quite heavy. It will stick around actually. It will be on the 4 foot. Really looking for a guard, but not going to complain about a shot on the rings. And Yale gonna try and follow this one down. Still very early on in this game, so both teams opting to play very conservatively. Don't really need a rock to go. This stone is released and sort of yanked in. That is going to move towards the wings, though. Might be able to stick around and be a shot of its, or might be in the wings as well. They sweep it. Deciding to lay off, but definitely could have gotten it there with a little more. Might have over curled, but it seemed like it was going to touch at least some of the house. And now it is a corner guard, but not guarding particularly much. MIT splitting the house here. Sweeping aggressively to get it there, but it looks like it will be there without too much work. A little bit too far, actually. But you're not going to complain about that being in the front of the front of the tee line, rather. Stone looking a lot more promising for this, though it is staying to the outside. They're really trying to push it over as far as they can get it, but it seems like it's just kind of floating there, not really curling very much at all. This rock is just going to end up behind the tee line. So the sweep to the second shot. And MIT opting to immediately follow that by hitting that stone. MIT opting to play it on this side, though that does run the risk of hitting their own. It is staying pretty straight. They are sweeping it, actually. It is going to stay. It is going to get over, and they're going to have to hold it to get it to that yellow stone, laying off a little soon, but they will get there, and it will roll very nicely under their other red stone. Very nice shot there from someone.
MIT Pro.
Max, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Max. There's second. Once again trying to draw down and sit on this red stone. That's been relatively straight on a couple of these, but that is kind of release dependent. Stone actually spinning quite a bit. Lots of rotation, and that is also going to stay really straight because of it. A little on the heavy side as well. And that is going to just chip MIT Stone by their own and go out. Fortunate result for Yale. For a center line guard, I feel like you'd rather have these stones in the house now. Guard the center, you give Yale a chance at having something in play. If anything, you want to guard your one on the wings. Or, sorry, on the edge of the 4-foot round. Stone is going to stay really wide, though. Towards the edge, it will slow down a little more out here. Haven't thrown as many stones. You need to sweep it a good amount to get it there. It will lay off. It is covering their other two, and that ends up being a pretty good shot for them. Doesn't protect too much. Yale's still going to throw stone, but there is now something further in that drop.
Going through that stone once again.
You're going to try it again. It is very release dependent here, and so you've seen a couple of these stones pushed out a little bit. That previous one had a lot of rotation, staying straight. throwing the other handle here would be great. Stone also thrown with a lot of rotation, but it is thrown off the center line, so that is going to just curl a lot. They keep going, going to try and get it there, maybe play off of their own yellow. He'll get a little hit on that, and that will roll in, just barely, but a shot that, or a stone that MIT could hit if they desired. Looks like it is third shot, opting instead to put up a center line guard. I don't know if I agree with this. I feel like you probably want to just keep as few yellow stones in the house as possible right now. Even if that is third or fourth shot. Guard, Yale is going to opt to draw behind. It's a shot available. They do have backing on that red stone. Bring this handle now. Once again trying to freeze or just draw behind and resulting in the same sort of questions about this IT guard. It will end up hitting this stone, but unsure what it was protecting in this scenario. Wait it. Keep putting up actually trying to block the freeze, which given the other shot isn't the worst idea, but I still feel like you have enough options if you fail to get some of this done. Going to be heavy. It is going to curl a little bit, so it might over just a bit, and it will block the red stone of MIT. Or a bit of a lucky break for them, I suppose, but Yale now sort of stuck with this maze, I think, or even a run back that could get them a stone. Maybe throw around this direction, not really concerned too much with this yellow stone on the top of the house. A lot of weight here. They are close to the edge. They haven't thrown it very much. They're trying to push it over as much as they can. It is going to start to go. It really starts to go. It's going to keep curling and might just barely get by that red stone. It is going to get to the inside, and it is going to hit the MIT stone out and sit on the back one. A very nice shot there. To be third shot, or second shot rather. MIT discussing this shot quite a lot, actually. looking to guard once again here. I think the issue you have with this shot, though, is that with this guard, Yale could get around and get to your red stone, and suddenly they might be sitting 2 or 3. What are you calling here?
What would I call here?
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason I'm not skipping. I would call, if I was MIT, a run back, front stone on the left, 25-foot run back into their yellow. What do you think? I feel like it's doable. The reason the pros don't do it is because they're not creative. They say it's impossible because of the language. Has anyone really tried?
Forget I asked. To hit this stone in the middle, it seems like from that side. Seems like it's rather tight. I feel like you'd rather throw that from the other direction because if you get to the inside, but it might be less of a risk of a jam going this way. Sweep it. That is going to stay pretty straight. It is going to curl a lot. It is going to get over. Is it going to go back into the red stone? It will actually. Another jam. Another unfortunate jam for MIT. This will be shot rock, but able to get around this if necessary. About. See about a quarter of it. That is what they are indicating they are going to throw here. Edge. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what this does for you. I mean, you get a draw and you're sitting 1 stone. So if you do get this, you could always play the tap on your next shot, but I feel like you'd rather get that chance right now. Given how things have played a little strangely out to the wings in this end. Stone is looking okay. They're going to be sweeping it to try and get it by this red guard. Sweeping it quite a lot. It looks like it will just barely get by. Now you gotta lay off and let it do its thing. It is gonna over curl and actually just end up in the open here. That stone will just be barely on top of it. It's not 6th counting stone. Not really accomplishing too much for you. It did curl quite a lot at the end there. Was able to get over entire rocks with over past that stone. IT looking at the same drop path. Get a stone in the way there. I'm not sure that accomplishes too much for them. I feel like the easier shot is actually tap onto that stone in the 4-foot. It
really does look that way. I wonder if it's different down there. Maybe call it.
We were looking at it before. It confuses me more than anything else. Potentially really questioning where it's going to end up, but continuing to discuss, going to switch to the other hand that looks like they're a bit of a miscommunication here from MIT, changing their shot at the very last minute. Looks like they are going to try and draw down their red stone, I believe. That's what this line would indicate. Or even just leave it as a guard, which would be fine. Stone got plenty of weight, gonna be a little heavy. Looks like it might actually be okay here. Just coming down to their own stone. They gotta sweep it a little bit if they want to keep it in front there. That will end up very nicely on those stones, and now
I think they have 1 and 2.
MIT sitting 2. Those 2 stones are now pretty hard to get rid of. You can't really tap this if you're Yale anymore. Draw is a lot harder, so you might end up needing to draw down the same path they threw. Problem with saving that shot for your last instead of taking it as your first. End up with this scenario where now it is no longer there, and Yale just needs to draw against 2. Quite a lot of ice. You should be able to get to the 4-foot given how much it is finishing. Thinking about it a little more, though. Just needs to make a draw. He's got to get to the 4-foot or 1.
Tie it up.
Tie it up. Stone with quite a bit of weight. Slower towards the edge. They have thrown here a couple times. Stone is going to curl quite aggressively. That is just going to go right into the red guard, and that is going to be a steal of 2 for MIT.
Nailed it, cover.
Yes, but as we've seen in some previous games today, this ground is very... Actually, wait a minute. Weren't you in that game? Hold on a second.
May have been. College curling. This isn't pro curling with their 1 stone ends and runs. There's a lot of excitement.
No lead is safe. Score update for you across our draw this afternoon. Castleton is leading Penn State 2 8-0. Our featured sheet, MIT 2 is leading Yale 2 4-1. RPI 2 leading RPI 1 6-0, and Penn State 1 leading Bowdoin 1 3-1. All teams their third ends. Stone from Karam ended up sailing right on through, so it's still an open house here. Yale looking for a corner guard, trying to set up an end where they definitely would like two at least. Only down 3, so you're very happy with just getting your 2. Stone looks like it's going to be pretty heavy, though. Bit of a fall on the slide. Trying to sweep behind there, Stone.
A little bit of a reverse sweep, and it might have worked.
This Stone is just going to sail on. Going to be a lot of a sweep for Gabriella to try and get it out. Is just going to manage to get it out of there.
A little more of a reverse sweep. Safe.
Now, speaking of Danny, I think the only person we haven't talked about, the guy trying to reverse sweep that stone. The folks at home, no, that doesn't do anything. He is from Springville, Connecticut, studying astrophysics. Has been curling for 2 weeks.
California.
California. Oh yeah, that does sex. Yeah. I think you kids need a handwriting class.
We might just. I think we don't have it. What is his fun fact?
His fun fact is that the official 824 Heretic Twitter account retweeted him. I don't know. I have not heard about this thing before.
I don't. A24, the film studio, I'm sure.
Well, yeah. It's, I guess, a meme account, maybe. Has anyone heard of this?
Wow.
Okay.
Danny, you've impressed the masses with your fun fact.
I think we're a tie on the ice here as well. Can you tell me about that?
I'd love to talk about this tie. Just before I hear Yale 2 made a journey to the Goodwill, captured 4 $1 hats, which they opted not to wear on the ice for tactical reasons. But this $1 tie maintained.
I see.
Adding a bit of personal formal flair.
Open house here still. Sweeping this stone, gonna be able to get it. This is gonna be a center guard. It might overcurl a touch. Just gotta leave it as soon as it crosses the hog line. It'll be okay. They don't need to really sweep it much further. It's gonna end up being a corner guard. Well, yeah, ish. Somewhere between center and didn't really need to sweep it that much. Could have just left it high. That would have ended up at least, or could have touched the center line. Off the stone, but it is going to curl. It is going relatively straight, actually. It's not lots of rotation. It is going to end up behind Tia, and in fact, it is going to be on the back of the 8-foot, but just barely managed to get that behind that red guard. Playing that was pretty close. But the extra rotation there helping Yale this time, as that stone did not curl into MIT's guard. Is also going to be heavy. It's going to go all the way through, it looks like. Trying to sweep it as much as he can. It is actually going to catch the back of the 12-foot. Did Yale 1 join in the trip to Goodwill?
Yale 1 absolutely joined into the trip to Goodwill, and we also captured.
Will you be wearing those?
You may just see them on the ice.
Okay.
If they end up being permitted. They're pretty weird.
I don't think we have specific attire rules.
Oh, perfect. I was worried Broomstones had a hat.
Yeah.
You guys are pretty serious.
Not on that regard.
Not gonna get to the neck. Despite its
Stone is just going to sail right on through, not really getting too much sweeping there from the MIT skip. This line just seems to be really fast. Brandon going to try and throw down it and hopefully throw something lighter and get behind that red guard. A little bit, but this stone, I think, is going to have plenty of weight. A little bit. This is also going to be behind T, and with a lot of sweeping there from Marco, and just not enough to get it past the yellow. It will be shot rock, just barely, but lots of backing available for Yale. Hanging wide, and this path just has been really fast. Team struggling to figure out how to throw down this side of the shape. MIT sitting 1. A little more backing now. It's again throwing quite a bit of weight, actually. Is going to come down, and it will get to the red stone. Just tip off at. Once again, another one of these rocks just ends up going a lot faster, going right through. Still a third shot, but really been a challenge here for both teams to just find this path and find the right way to get down to this. These stones here. Danny trying his attempt at it. This is also just going to stay wide though. Looks like it is going to do the same thing. Trying to knife it over as much as he can, but it's just not going to get there, and that is going to once again be another flash for Yale.
They're on to skip stones.
Yeah, already. does make the game plan relatively simple. Just keep trying to throw what you've been trying to throw. But with 2 stones here, if MIT can get another counting stone here, it's going to be a very likely situation for Yale to be in a force. This stone a little further to the edge, so it is a lot slower out here. This rock is going to continue, though. Not really going to sweep it very much. Don't need to. It will end up being on just touching the button. Little past, actually. Full 4. But this rock is now very playable for Yale to either hit off of and try and pull under that red guard, or just freeze to, depending on how they want to play it. Pressing this stone quite a bit. Picking up the hit, it seems like. And you want to be on the inside of this stone because you want to roll towards the backing you have in that guard. Plus, if you stay to the outside here, you have a high chance of that shot jamming. These hits have historically been quite straight, but the situation might be a little different now. I am not entirely sure. They're down this pathway. The stone is really curling. It's curling quite a lot, actually. It's curling way more, and that's just going to go right into the guard. Keep things very open. A disastrous result, but not really helping you in any respect. Now MIT is just going to draw right down to it. I like top 4 here. Covering more. I feel like you can't do a dead freeze because you are back. You can freeze on it. But you probably want top button, actually. Avoid a shot of the double. Someone cleared the scoreboard. Who did that? Just going to be light, and it's just going to be a guard. It is guarding their stone mostly, but it doesn't change the shot really for Yale with MIT sitting 2. Apologies, I will have the scoreboard up for you in a moment. Stone is going to come down. It looks like it's going to be okay, but it might stay out. Really got to push it over. It's going to be a little late to try and throw that, and that is just going to go right by. It will get into there, and it will just cam out to the third and fourth shot. Unfortunate result if you are Yale, and that is going to be another steal of 2. Six to 1 going into the fifth, MIT leading 6-1 in the fifth. And Yale really needs to put up a couple of points here if they win this game. Certainly could have a big end if they need to, or if things go well for them. At the moment, just needs to get something. Put this lead back and start to claw their way back. Probably maybe 3 ends to play. It's hard to tell based on how fast they play here. Probably 3. It's up with their first stone towards the back of the house. MIT just trying to draw around. This is also going to be pretty heavy. Going to try and sit on that back one, maybe tap it out if necessary. It is going to follow pretty nicely as long as they sweep it. Sweeping it, but it will actually come right down to it. Tap it out. Your MIT, you are completely fine with just getting rid of any stones that Yale tries to put in. Yale really needs to get some guards going if they want to be able to use or score big here. Or at the very least, just trying to draw around and use that one guard that MIT put up. Is also an option. Stone once again thrown with quite a lot of rotation. It's gonna get in, it's gonna be behind the T line. Lots of sweeping from Gabriella, and it is going to stick around, but it is going to be just on the back of the 12-foot. Also opting to throw this path. MIT trying to draw around their own guard. It's at 2. Stone looking quite heavy, though. Might need to play off that yellow in the back there, maybe even just the red. Gonna hold it straight, but it is just gonna over curl. No, actually, it is gonna end up very nice. It's gonna stop kind of on a dime right there on the button. Gonna end up being a very nice draw there, even if it is pretty open. Yale probably wants to look at a hit here. Roll under their guard, or roll under the guard stone of MIT. Seem to freeze to this, it looks like. I think you run into issues with the shot where if you freeze, you could potentially get rid of it on your next. Would be the worst, but I guess you can't really hit and roll under because of the likelihood of a jam there. Doing their best to sweep this rock and get it close, but it's going to get past T-line. That is going to end up behind the red stone instead of in front of it. It's going to be a bit of a pocket there for MIT to try and draw to. Get right down to that stone, and if they manage to get it there, it's going to be very difficult for Yale to get rid of these two stones and try and claw their way back in this game. Stone going to stay quite wide. They're going to try and sweep it as much as they can, push it over, try and get it back towards the center. These rocks tend to hang very far out towards the wings, I've found. It's going to manage to get in, and it will be in the house, though it looks like it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th shot. Not sure if that's going to really come into play here for Yale. MIT continuing to control the button, and as long as they manage that, they're going to have a good time throughout the rest of this game. Stone gonna end up being kind of heavy, though. It looks like it's gonna travel through. Could have swept it to hold it on that yellow stone and maybe ticked over, but instead that's just gonna stay there right on the back yellow stone of Yale. Thanks, Dad. Opting for the hit on this stone. I definitely like this. Looks like it's going to stay on. It is actually going to get to the inside of the stone. It's going to keep going and just barely get in. With enough weight, it actually did roll over, and that ended up being a very nice shot from Yale to both get rid of MIT's counter and put up one of their own. Right now, they are in fact sitting 2. And now the guard from MIT is hurting them and helping Yale. Try and draw it down to the stone, but it looks like it's going to stay wide. I'm going to call less ice on that, I think. Not sure if that was a release issue, however. Weight is going to end up being pretty close, a little heavy. And that will end up just sticking around. It seems like these stones really do stop right on the button. And now MIT is sitting one, though Yale does have a shot at following that down, can even tap it back and be sitting two. Stone looks even wider than some of the last ones, however. Seems like it is just going to crash into that yellow. Might need to play off of it and try and raise it. It's going to curl a little too much for that, though, and end up sailing into the back and giving a little bit more backing for MIT, who is now just going to need to try the same shot that Yale did, though they will be very happy with just leaving one higher and just blocking up that area. Gabriella signaling to the area she wants this stone to go. Somewhere in that top 12 area is very good. If you end up a little deep and you end up on your own red, you won't complain about that. Like quite a lot of ice here. After having seen a couple of rocks not travel, not curl very much on this side. Trying to throw this, but this stone is going to be heavy. I'm going to try and push it over and get it as close to the center as they can, but this is just going to stay back and get into the back shot that Yale just threw. Yale now able to just draw down to these, and it seemed like that weight did hurt them. It was a little heavy, and also that line was a bit wide. Got pretty close to getting to where they needed it to, but just a little too much. Instead, sitting on the back yellow and being second, or being third shot rather. Yale still with an opportunity for a tap. This will be Marco's first stone. Marco's fun fact is that he has an abnormally short tongue. I am not entirely sure how he figured this out. And yet, apparently he knows this to be true. Once again, calling quite a lot of ice. Previous stones did curl quite a lot, and so could work out in their favor if they can get the weight right, is the real question in this end. Marco releasing his first stone. They jump on it pretty immediately. Trying to hold it straight, it looks like. It is going to curl quite a lot. It's catching the ice pretty hard. As long as they keep sweeping it, they might be able to get it where they need to go. It is going to get to the outside of that red stone, but it will get there, it looks like. And that will be a very nice shot from Yale to sit one. MIT now just needing to draw down to this and try and either get one here or Yale to one. Keep Yale from knocking back that red behind that Yellowstone and potentially getting 2 or even 3. MIT and Yale able to get 8 ends in this game if they, or sorry, they will be playing 7, sorry. No, they will be able to get 8, or no, I'm wrong. No. They'll be able to get 7 in. Stone gonna stay pretty high. It will cover the stone of Yale, so trying to tap back that red in the back is quite difficult, though it is just barely there if they can get it over enough. Might be able to get 3 if they can get this just right, but it is by no means an easy shot. And if you are Yale, you're down 6-1, you really need to get 2 here, at the very least. Stone over buried by about half on that red in the middle. Looks like it's going to be kind of heavy. It's going to stay towards the outside a little bit. These rocks that have had more weight do tend to do that. We try and push it over as much as they can. It's a little less than I originally thought, but I think that stone is still going to stay wide. Just too wide, and it's going to sail to the back, and that is just going to be a 1-point end for Yale. What was potentially a chance at a 2 or 3 back into this game is just a single. Score here on sheets 1 and 3 finishing up. Castleton taking the victory over Penn State 2, 10-0, and RPI 2 taking the victory over RPI 1, 13-0. Some really big blowout games, and Castleton with a bit of a recovery from their performance in the previous draw. Sorry, winning 11-0 rather. Four games still going on. Penn State 1 leading Bowdoin 1 4-2 after 5 ends of Going. MIT going to throw this stone. It is just going to end up quite heavy, and that's just going to sail right on through. This path they had thrown previously, doing the same thing. But if you're MIT, you're not really opposed to having a few rocks in play because you do have a bit of a buffer there, especially with hammer. You would be very fine with just getting one here, really starting to put this game on ice. Meanwhile, if you're Yale 2, you got to get at least a couple of guards in. So you really need to be able to score at least a couple, and you definitely need to be able to steal at least one of these ends. That stone is going to end up right on the button. Opting to come down to this stone. Common for more experienced players to just hit the stone that would be in the middle, but especially with people who haven't curled very much, Karam, having only curled for 2 months, not necessarily going to be super confident in his hits. I think for kind of a heavy backline weight, if anything, can sweep this to get it there if they want to. They got to get on it. This stone starts to cut pretty aggressively. Is not going to have the weight for a hit, rather. Instead, it's going to come down and be just past T-line. Right on T-line. Just past. Yale able to hit this to sit too, but it won't really accomplish too much. Pretty aggressively sweeping this stone. It is going to end up being in the house. Down to theirs, I think, just about. So again, lots of rotation from the second of Yale results in this stone traveling pretty straight. MIT opting to hit these. The double is there. You'd probably have to throw the other turn if you wanted the double, or get to the inside of this stone. But you'd be very happy with just getting rid of one of these at the very least. Like for the sweep immediately, this stone looks to be pretty low weight for a hit. It's going to curl pretty aggressively, actually. It is going to go by those two stones. You might want to stay on it to try and keep it in going into your own, but that is just going to chip their own stone and have it sit to the back. Most likely very back. One might have canned out. Hard to tell if that's in play or not. It looks like it might just barely be on the house, if that matters. Able to place a guard here if they want. This looks to be a little heavier than that. Sorry for the transition here. We're going to opt for the freeze, in fact, onto those stones. A little bit of a tap, and now MIT should have a chance at a double here. Enough weight, you could do a triple, but that seems rather unlikely. The sort of very up weights are difficult for even very experienced players to get to, let alone people who haven't curled particularly long. But either way, double very, very makeable here for MIT. This would put them in a very good situation to hold on to this game. Still looking relatively low weight, though. Once again, throwing closer to board on these hits. Sweeper's really trying to go, laying off. They really got to go. Is moving enough, and they will get into there. It will chip out one of those two stones. The other will stick around. And unfortunately, that is just not enough weight to get rid of that. Had they thrown that closer to normal weight, it would have gotten out. Might have chipped, it might have crashed into that red on the edges, rather. But he'll potentially able to hit this to sit 3. Doesn't help them too much because it would leave a double, if not another different triple. But definitely needing to get rid of this stone. One down the middle, trying to sweep it pretty aggressively. Looks like it will be able to stay on that as long as they keep to it. It is going to get to nose, just past nose, in fact. Over a little bit and crash into the back one. MIT trying the hit from this direction. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I feel like if you curl enough, you can get a double one way, getting the 2 on the right side from the top view there. If you catch only a little bit of it, you can get a double hitting the top one and the the yellow at about 9 o'clock. It's going to end up nosing that and chipping the other one, but not moving it very much. Sitting third shot. And MIT without hammer here, starting to run into some issues with this end. If Yale can get rid of this stone, they can be sitting 3 in a different direction and really just be in a very good situation to get a couple in this end and try and get their way back into this. MIT with hammer, however, so not as much of a concern for them as it could be. But still, you don't want to be facing 3 as your last shot in any situation. Keeping this stone pretty aggressively, trying to keep it on the center line. I feel like it's got to curl at least a little more. If you want to get something, it is going to curl just a little more. It will chip it over, but it will crash into your own stone and get rid of it, and that will just be sitting 2 for Yale. Now able to just hit these stones. Potentially, double is unlikely because you are going to crash should you get that back stone to move. But you can at least get rid of this one on the forefoot and be sitting 1. Ideally, you probably hit it and then just roll over and sit on the yellow stone at about 4 o'clock there. Swooping it pretty aggressively. It looks like it is going to get pretty close. It might over curl a touch. It's going to go and just go out. But we'll at least get rid of that stone from Yale. Yale sitting 1, and needing to draw in to sit a second, and hopefully force MIT to make a shot to get this game to go 7-2. But MIT able to potentially capitalize here and put this game on ice if things go well. Excuse the pun. Opting for the draw down to their own stone seems like a dangerous call. If you end up corner frozen to your own rock, you don't really accomplish much because there is a double there that would get MIT 3. Potentially. Maybe just 2, but either way, it would still be pretty bad for them. I think opting to draw to the other side would probably be more successful for them, as it would make the double harder. This stone is just going to curl really aggressively. Looks like it almost picked. No, it's just going to be really low weight, and that's just going to hog right at the line there. And a nice, easy call here for MIT. Just got to hit this stone, and they would sit 3. Force Yale to hit theirs, if anything, and that would just result in a big end for MIT, which could potentially spell the end of this game. Meanwhile, on sheet 4, we have a close match of 4-3 after 6. Penn State leads Bowdoin 1. Penn State 1, rather. Penn State does have hammer. This game has been very low scoring. Only one score of 2, and everything else has been singles. However, on our main game here, Gabriella just looking to hit this one stone. A lot of available real estate for it. Those can be kind of sneakily difficult just because you're thinking a little bit too much about making it, but not super dangerous. Opting to sweep it, to push it pretty aggressively here. The stone is kind of on the lower side of the weight end. It is going to go. It will be very low, and that's just going to pass right on through. Ended up throwing that closer to hack weight when you really, or not even, closer to back line, really you could have done with control. And now Yale in a situation to do alright for themselves. However, if you're MIT, you do still have the ability to MIT will have the option to just score a single, and that is really all they need here. Yale really hoping for a steal to try and get back into this game. The weight of this looking better than the previous is going to manage to travel. They are going to need to sweep it at some point. They want to get it in. It will be okay, actually. Is going to be heavy, if anything. They're going to try and push it, get it behind that stone. Gabriella trying to sweep it all the way out if she can. It will go behind. I think that is third shot now. And a double available here to score 3. Really, you just got to nose this rock. Opting to throw the inside, looks like. I think this side might run into some issues depending on the weight they're trying to throw here. Probably want to throw up weight. Opting to stay on the inside. Seems like stones have curled pretty aggressively off of that this end. So an issue with potentially over curling. I feel like you kind of overthink this kind of shot. You might have a better chance at just going the other direction, especially because the nose is totally fine. If not ideal, because then you could potentially be looking at a double for 3. Stone released. Looks pretty close to the line, though. It is curling a lot, as we saw. And yes, that is just going to curl pretty aggressively off the center line. Going to try and sweep it as much as they possibly can, but I think that's just going to sail right on through, and that is just going to be a single for Yale. Poor result. Unfortunately, center line does curl a lot when you go that way, and it did just go right on through. It will be a single. Yale leading, or MIT leading 6-3, going in the last end here. Last end here. MIT able to play a relatively defensive game, especially with that stone going through. You are up 3. It's gonna draw to the edge. Makes sense if you're them. That is a lot of ice for that, though. Feel like you can call less, but opting to play towards the center a little bit more here. Really need that, looking to have that curl 4, if not 6 feet. This stone does look pretty heavy, though. Not sweeping it yet. Brandon is thinking about it, however. Looks like it is going to be okay. And this rock is going to end up just at top 4. Wait, a very nice shot by the lead Karam of MIT. MIT looking at a hit. It seems like that stone is just going to be pushed in towards the center. That is just going to move on a straight line path across the house, across the ice. And that is going to end up managing to get over via corner guard. Not what you want if you're Yale. You really need some stuff on the center because you got to score big here. Last end playing. Throwing this stone pretty quick as well. Looks like it might go through. Could play the rub off of that. Looks like it will hit their own. And actually, I think this is going to clear both of these stones. That is just going to get rid of both. Not an ideal result if you're MIT, but also you are very fine with leaving this house very open. Up 3. Last end. You just need to keep anything big from happening here. And if you can just play hits this whole game, you'll be very happy. Yale opting to use whatever guard they have to their advantage. This stone is going to end up getting into the house. It is going to be just at the top of the button. Top 4. Weight was really nice, but wide open for MIT to hit. Max throwing his second stone, rather. Stone looks kind of wide. Might come back. They're going to push it a little bit, I think. It will get there, though. Does have enough weight to get rid of that rock. It will spill out, but not a result you are particularly concerned about as MIT. Very wide open house. Yale needs to get 3 to keep this game going. Opting to try and draw behind that guard they do have right on the wings, but gonna need a lot to go right if you're Yale to come back from this. Still very possible. College curling does tend to result in a couple big ends occurring. Rock will get into the house, but it won't be covered very much. MIT able to get to this stone either direction if they prefer. Probably better to play on this side that they are throwing here, because if you're wide, you can always clear the guard, and you won't complain about that. But really just trying to make Yale have as few rocks as possible. You gotta score 3, and it's hard to do that unless you got 3 rocks to spare. Stone playing pretty wide. Gonna need to push it if they want to use that to hit that guard. They should be able to clear it. And that will actually just hit it in and cover that stone for Yale. A lucky break for them. A very wide stone there, resulting in not a hit, but rather just a tap of Yale's rock to now be sitting 1 with some cover. Got a lot of ground they need to make up, but very, very doable. Assuming a couple of things go right. Opting for a corner guard here. I like this call. You need a couple of stone. You need some more protection and things available to deal with. The stone's staying rather wide, though. Going to need to push it if they want to keep that from resulting in disaster. Is going to raise that stone to be will be counting, just barely. But now both of those stones out from cover, able to be removed. Opting for the draw here, it looks like. Oh, questioning that shot. Now, looking at the hit now. I feel like I prefer the hit here. You want to get rid of these stones, and just getting rid of anything is fine. The draw seems rather aggressive for a lead this much. Opting for just the edge of the stone. I guess playing that if that's wide, you get rid of that one, but I feel like you can play a little bit more ice. Now calling a little bit more. Suppose they got on their sweepers quick there. would be fine. Seems like it's going to hit that and roll out. Marco going to sweep that as much as he can, and that is going to go out of the house, but gets rid of that one stone, and now Yale just sitting one. Going into the Vice's second rock. And really got to look at a draw around that guard. They don't really have time to put up any more guards. Can try and get one more here, but that back stone is pretty well is out in the open just enough that you could get around it potentially with a slightly lower weight. Stone going to be heavier than they want though. Trying to get it by that guard. I feel like you don't want to buy that. That's just going to sail on through. Could have played to chip off of that if necessary. And with a flash there, now MIT just has a chance to get rid of one of these last stones. Yale only left with their skips rock, so if either of these stones go, you need all three counting to win this game, or to tie this game, rather. Gonna try and push this as much as they can. It seems like it's gonna get there. Looks very close, and it will get to the edge of that stone, get most of it, rather, and chip it out, and that will sit on the edge. Clearing that rock, and Yale now is sort of forced to draw around and hope that they can get a lucky break with a raise here or something of their own stone by MIT. But 3 stones, and one of them is a guard. You don't really have many options available to you. You need that top yellow to end up in the house somehow while still scoring, and you can't really raise that yourself without your shooter staying as a guard itself. Hoping to see what happens here, but if you're MIT, you're not even really going to be concerned. You could just throw through on your, or throw off the side on your next shot, and you'll probably take this game. This stone, gonna sweep it as much as they can. It looks like it's kind of low weight. That is going to just catch the house, but not a lot. MIT really can just throw off the edge, and they will put this game on ice. I gotta stop making that. I gotta stop saying that. It makes it seem like I'm making a joke. I'm really not, but... MIT opting to draw here. Just gotta really practice that. Only other rock that Yale has is a guard. They need all 3 to count, and at the moment they don't have any of their 3 counting, or any of the, they don't have either of their 2 counting. Seems like it's more of a practice shot than anything else. Could probably call even more line on that, since you don't really want to risk bumping up the yellow at all. But not too much of a concern, so you can always hold it, but sweeping. This rock is going to sail through, but not much of a help to Yale, as they will need to somehow get all 3, both of their 2 stones and their 3rd counting. Is looking to try and wick these in. This stone is really far out, and even if you get both of these to touch somehow, you are still only sitting 2 in the best case scenario. I don't even think it's possible to get either of both of these in. Maybe you get a really lucky cam if you just barely chip it. No, actually, because in order to get enough of that stone to get the guard into the house, you would end up leaving the other one high. Opting to throw this with a little bit more weight, actually. Makes sense. You maybe get off the other one and get some kind of lucky roll, but this is just gonna sail on and hit their own, chip it out, and that is gonna be a victory for MIT, winning this game 6-3. It's gonna be your final score. All of these games going to be at an end. Sheet 4. Penn State finishes off with a big end of 4 to end their game. Went into that 7th end 4-3 and ends up winning the game 8-3. Yeah. Update our scores. We can go to our overview here just for a little bit. Give you our final scores of this game. Castleton wins their game 11-0 over Penn State. MIT 2 wins their game 6-3 over Yale 2. RPI 2 wins their game over RPI 1 13-0. And Penn State 1 wins their game 7-4. That should be 8-4 rather. Where did I mess up? Two. Did mess that up a little bit. Gonna finish this off, but that will be the end of our draw here. The win of 8-3, that will update. And that is the end of our 3 o'clock draw. Next draw, half an hour, we will be seeing 2 of our A event teams playing. Those being the A event semis. Should be some intense games, so watch out for those. This is Isaac signing off. It's practically very few measures.
I was gonna say.
We're only at 2.
That's it?
Yeah.
What are your stats at? We only have like a couple of 8-8 games.
Measures, we were at 2. Coat still at 0. Whitebar still at 0. Squares, obviously,
That's
7.
it, yeah.
Red Wings at 12. 1 up. Oh, sorry.
What's the over-under on that?
16.
It's getting close.
It is getting close. They had a 3 and a 3. Just the first 2 draws were 3 red wins and 3 red wins, and since then it's been split.
Ooh.
Blanks were at 1. Even games is still at 2. High scoring ends still at 2, and extra ends at 0.
Not bad, not bad.
I like taking the under on extra ends because I don't want there to be any. I want these games to roll.
Yeah.
I like being early in these draws. It's great.
You don't want to nip?
No.
You don't like nipping?
No, not really. I'm used to the drag boxes.
tell you later.
Okay,
There's more.
did one attack you?
What?
Did one hurt you?
One crashed into our second-story window in New Hampshire and destroyed a television.
Oh my god.
So yeah, I don't like turkeys.
Understood.
Did you say, do you want lobster or shrimp?
I said alright, we'll do intros. I'm just putting my slider on this. You got one.
Savannah.
Hello, welcome back. Broomstones College Spiel. This is the 5:30 draw Saturday evening. Jack. And our featured sheet number 2, has MIT 1 against Harvard 2. MIT had the hammer in the first end, but gave up a steal of 1 to Harvard 2. They had a tough hit that they tried for that ended up wrecking on one of the guards. Harvard was able to get their steal that way. Harvard looking to steal again. They put up a really nice center guard here. Can't be removed, can't be moved off the center line. They're going to try to draw around it. Cut in. It's going to be close. Oh, it just picks off of their center guard. Keep trying to draw around the other side. Looking pretty far out there. They're really trying to curl the rock over. Just don't think it's going to come. It's going to stay open. Allow Harvard to hit and roll. We'll try for. Control here with this ice. It's inside. Really got to sweep it. It will miss everything and flash. IT got a break there. They're going to try to draw in again. That one. Looks like Harvard will try again that hit and roll. It's also narrow. That is gone. They're just going to try to make sure that it doesn't hit their center guard. So that'll flash as well. Same shot, trying to get top 4, top 8. Control access to the button, put another one in there. Really careful on the snap. There it goes. It's close. Good job, sweepers. Just deep enough that you could still make the hit and roll. We're just looking to draw instead. Probably getting a little nervous about flashing both of those hits. Pretty good. It's really good. Very nice shot. Probably half open, but very good draw. Probably a board weight hit, gets it to nose. Try to roll a little bit over. This is tight to the guard. Really tight. That's gonna wreck. Not the worst result for MIT. They have the hammer. You want to clear those center guards. Harvard, I don't have the hammer. I think I'm just guarding my shot rock. Yep. I like that. Like that call. You want it to be just off center. So you're guarding your shot rock. MIT wants to hit it. It's at 3. This is narrow. And light, it might actually hog. Not a great result for Harvard. Leaves that shot rock available for MIT. Has quite a ways to go. It's gonna in off on their own. Oh, but it won't be able to move that shot rock to be second. Oof. Nose hit here for Harvard's pretty good. Sitting 2 and really removing access to the scoring area. Really tight ice. Expecting it not to curl very much at all. means they're probably trying to throw weight at it. Expect this is the ice for something like normal. Oh, wow. Big increase in the ice. Wow. Big increase. Wow. Okay. Whoa. Dry now? Or this is like the ice for Eli. Really sure what this change was about. Gonna end up guarding a whole lot. She has the opportunity to sit forward if they can make a halfway hit. Get to the inside of this 2-rock. It's good. Sweet. Oh, and it just... Gotta anticipate that snap. I still like the hit for Harvard. Force MIT to draw for 1. The problem with drawing in for Harvard is that if you miss it, you could leave double for 4 or an open hit for 2 or something. It's a very aggressive play. And, you know, if you nose hit, you're sitting 2 anyway, so. Really the same result. Much easier shot. Wildly light. It's gonna leave the same hit for 4. They just threw it. They know it better now. They've removed that pesky guard that they wrecked on. Shouldn't be a problem to hit the low half. Yep. Definitely need to sweep. In danger of rolling out here. It will, so it's only 3 for MIT. 3-1 after 2. tucked in. We're going to ignore it, put up a corner. It's looking pretty good. Very nice corner guard. It's heavy as well. Slide next to the other one. A bit of a pocket for Harvard, which they're going to take advantage of. Try to follow that MIT rock down, freeze to it. Gonna wick, and get pretty close to where they wanted it. Does tap that other rock back. And MIT without the hammer, just looking to clog up that button area. Curls a little bit, but it's really just fine for MIT. They have control of the top of the butt. Choosing to guard shot rack now. Seems like the sensible thing to do here, but if you want to score multiple, it's going to be really hard to do that with that guard there. Because MIT controls the dropouts that you need. If I were Harvard, I would be hitting. Now, MIT can draw down to the button behind cover in top 12 and really force Harvard into scoring one. A little light as well. It is short of the playing area. The same thing. Your Harvard is trying to trying to draw down to the button, I think. Top 12 foot isn't really going to help you all that much. It's going to block access to the button without extra points. Draw to the button does essentially the same thing as the top 12 foot draw. Scoring. Really trying to sweep this in. It's close to what was asked. It's not in the house. MIT is just going to try to block that up. Really force Harvard to what? It's heavy. Bumped their own towards the shot rock. Wow. Not a bad result for MIT. Holy. See, this is the trouble now with putting up those center guards. Once the opponent gets to the button under there, it's possible to remove. And it's pretty much dead frozen to that yellow on the back forefoot. That rock's not going anywhere. Caught a straight spot. It's kind of a bummer because that rock was really the opportunity to get up. Especially because NIT is just going to put another one in. Sweeping this, it looks light to me. Let's stay on it. This shot, you're just hoping to unlock those two rocks that are frozen. Set up a shot, set up your next one. It unlocks them for Harvard. It's still really hard to move that one off the button. You get to the inside of it and really can't. So put a corner freeze to it and try to set up the angle so that they could orchestrate a hit. It's going to pick up the guard. Sink another one in there. Second shot, but just blocking it off is headache. Being wide, they're really trying to pull it over. Harvard, not really. The angles aren't there. It's behind T. You have to hit it super flat to go sideways. Poke that one on the button sideways. But it's super tight to that top guard. It's hard to see on the overhead. It looks much trickier. It's so flat. They also have to come over, which means you got to give this a lot of weight. Sweep. Yep. 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 Guard. IT will steal one. The third. Yeah, so 6-point end against Harvard 1 in the third. 7-1. Down to being a really tight center guard. Skips agree that it's technically touching the center line, so MIT can tick it if they want. Really want to though, because they don't have hammer. They want to block up the center unless they're already sitting shot. It's going to continue to protect it. Hard. Turn it into 2 corner guards. And, side. They're gonna act. It's a free guard, so it will go back. double. Honestly, fine result for Harvard. Those guards were not. And put it back. Everything they can to guard those shot rock. Steve. It's going to fall short. The hit pull for Harvard. Over. It should. Roll out though. That's only going to hit about third. Shoot. Should be green. Draw behind the Harvard guard. Looks like it's got some speed behind it. Slide to the back 8 foot. Oh, this line improved. Oh, this one's better. Really trying to push it. It's close. Oh, and it's really close to being second rock. It looks like it's second from the overhead camera, but always have that shortcut for 2 if they need it. Dive, it's diving already. Sweet. Have to change to the tap now. Don't need to sweep for the tap. Still need to sweep for the tap. super ideal if it use that as a tap. Found it. 2 minutes to move. And this is tight as well. End up doing the tap to Harvard. Just guard. That was split here. Just overcurled the tap split. Oh, it's close. Oh, it's close. Ah, bit late. It's trying to think about Herbert's best way to get one. That's the aggressive play is to it's 4 foot. Top of the 8 foot. Wow. Is this the double? This is super aggressive. Jeez, they just won. Nothing available for Harvard. It's possible you can mess some stuff up. Far outside here, it has to curl. It's got to. I'll end up just picking up the dropout for Harvard, or even split in. This quite work. They're just drawing for one. More ice here. You just need to be full 8 foot. So they have room to play with on the outside. Even go edge of 12 foot. Just to be sure. This is tight already. Now they're going for the tap. Just needed more ice there. It snaps so hard. that just enough? I think it is. It's one for Harvard. Yep. You did get there one.
This is a much better run for us.
Going all the way out. On the other side. Right. Sweep it. Wait. Up now. That's fine. Ryan. Better, although it might make that he knows. Guard is really nice here. So that's either one of those low guards there, even just off of center. Get over it. It's like they will if they stay on it. Oh, it's close. Oh, good effort. Yeah. possible out there. Oh, put a draw for Martin. That's so typical. Yeah, that's how I did that. Overruling already. Cut back. And with that amazing draw, we can steal it for one.
Same spot. Same shot. And otherwise, Buffalo Frozen is good too.
draws that you guys that same shot that they've been trying to top 8-foot. Top 8-foot draw would be a really aggressive play. Equity enough to score 2. And escape this end. That was looking real dicey there. Halfway through. Rocks ago. This is a lot of weight. It runs straight. That curl. It's close. A really good try. It's not enough weight to make that double with how flat it was. Whoever gets the steal. After 6. This should be the last end. White check the clock. 0 now. Good for a center guard. Roberta. Just trying to draw to it. I really want to freeze me. But still. Good. there. Snaps there. Really pushing it. Opportunity for Harvard to freeze. I would be freezing here. Send it back or remains vulnerable. Yeah. Freeze to the inside of it. I want to freeze to the inside. That rock is going nowhere. Seems tight to me. It looks narrow. Crash on one of the guards. Yep. Light. It's okay. It's okay though. You'd rather be light than heavy. Slightly more difficult. What's Harvard? Use the other side, which doesn't have backing. He wants to put something top house here. I'm gonna be at the back of the house and do something for follow it down. It's not the right line. I don't know why they're pushing it. Oh, good shot. That rock is shot. But it's a little bit behind here. Draw down to it. Sit there one. It's like Tickle's looking for the tap, tap, tap. Takes the draw. Right outside is everything. That is harbored the opportunity to same draw they just did. Really. This one. Close. It'd be, you want to remove your shot rock. Ooh, and it didn't. Ooh, averted disaster there. Still leaves that pocket for MIT to draw to if they want. Still looking at that other side. Exactly sure. Hi, the angles aren't there for red to hit into the yellow on the forefoot. The red is behind the yellow, so it's not going to hit the red. You do anything to the yellow. So they're trying to draw it on the side. I think it's a harder draw. Oh. Nice. I think it's going to come over enough to be shot.
Really good curling. Thank you, Bowden. We appreciate you.
Oh, I mean that's a great draw. It's just it's possible to get over enough. I think Harvard's best move is to try that same draw they've been going for. I don't know how MIT gets one without having that perfect draw to the button on the other side. I mean, for Harvard, anywhere on that draw path is good on that other side. But I'm not sure exactly what they're looking for over here, or what this ice is. That side that MIT just threw, but I really don't see a play for MIT on that side. Their play is to draw the other side. I would be blocking the other side. much on this side. I don't think the draw is there. Okay. Technically a thin double on that side. Otherwise, you draw to the button on the other side. Yes, this draw on this side is so difficult. It's so tight to the partner goes through. We should be looking at the other side. Just looking at the thin double. It's a dangerous double, and you don't need it. You only need to score one. Or the draw on the other side. This is probably a board-weight double. Have to hit about a third of it, I would say, to roll on top of the one on the button. Like board. It's close. Nope. Measure, which okay, perhaps they are. They must. One yellow. They're deciding between two. So after the exciting measure, we find out there's a steal of 2 for Harvard. So MIT down 2 with hammer in the 8th end. It's going to be close to the other one. Some strategy here from MIT. Not putting up guards. This will be a corner guard, which is probably good for MIT, trying to score with hammer, putting up corner guards.
The crowd is crazy. Make it insane. It is. It's seriously. There was like.
MIT trying to draw to freeze.
There was somewhere vertical.
Gonna be tight to that guard on that side. It's gonna tick.
Everything was going like in control.
Produces stacked corner guards for them. And Harvard's just going to try to block it up. I would stay on it. It's over curling. Pretty good. Oof, MIT is in a pickle now. I think they need to remove guards. It's going to be really hard to get to that Harvard rock on the button. Really working hard to get that as deep as possible.
Just funny.
I don't know, that's dangerous for Harvard. You could jam on your shot rock. I don't love it. I like blocking up the other side. Yep. Very good. That rock MIT just threw is a non-factor. A bump. Not bad. The guards are starting to pile up. And MIT is losing access. Yep. Definitely have to remove those yellow guards. They are killer right now. Ooh, this is out there. Just misses that top guard. Removes one of Harvard's. Becomes third.
That's what he's working on.
Yeah, that MIT rock is a non-factor. You're sitting shot. You only need to steal. I would draw to the top 12 foot on the corner.
That's a different definition. That's what he's working on.
It's like they are going to try for the hit. Inside out.
It's so positive that it's actually.
It's a good sweep. It is going to end up removing that rock. MIT looking to clear those yellow guards again. Just missed it the previous time and removed that. Harvard Rock gave the same ice here, and it's pretty much the same direction. Not gonna come at this flashing. Not ideal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that looked like an audio mix.
I see two options for Harvard. One is to draw the top 12 foot on the side, or if you're really concerned, guard that angle raise. Deciding where exactly to put the guard. We're good. You're looking at the double run back. I don't think the angles are really set up for it. I prefer the run back on the red rock on the outside. Not only is it a shorter run back, but I think it's an easier angle. For this run back, you have to make sure that the tap rock runs over top of the second rock. Just a really difficult angle to get right. And this looks inside. It's close. Nope. See, that was the trouble. And now you've guarded the other run. Not looking good for MIT here. Looking to guard this side. Of course, MIT's only hope to be a perfect button draw touching pin around the other side. Do a whole lot for Harvard. Still looking at that run back. I don't see it. I'm gonna try it. It's super tight So that yellow guard. Yep. I'm not sure that run back was actually there. And MIT or Harvard 2 takes it. 7-4. Thank you for joining us. We will see you in the next draw.
Listen, I recommend the mac and cheese. Maybe you can put it in your thermos and bring it out on the ice.
Let's be quick, guys, so we have.
Yeah. Everybody, on the ice, on the mac, smile. Sorry, Dan.
Let's just take the picture.
1, 2. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thanks, gang. Thank you.
Good communication, good calls, good speaking. Rest up. Okay, good job.
No, no, no. Well, not only that, it's an etiquette thing. You had already won. You don't need to put up that you won more, by more. No, yeah, no. They were talking about who they go in when we. And it's like, no, that's that's a little rough.
I mean, no, I'm skipping.
Francesca, the other woman.
Edwin.
You gotta say your name and position.
Alejandro Valls.
Welcome back, everyone, to our second to last draw of this college bond spiel here at Broomstones. Here we have on our featured sheet the G event final. Across the sheets, we have on sheet 1 the F event, sheet 2 the G, sheet 3 the H, and sheet 4 is the E. Sheet 2, we have MIT 1 versus Harvard 1. Both teams did just play a game in the last draw, losing their respective games. MIT losing to Harvard 2, and MIT 1 losing to Bowdoin 1. Looking to make a comeback here for their very last game of this tournament, I believe. Trying to end nicely. We're very lucky to have scheduled this such that we only have one draw tomorrow, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's going to end up being kind of rough for schedules that end up having 2 draws on the last day. You end up with a team playing twice in a row. Obviously here we still have that, but finishing up at the end of the day as opposed to waking up early and curling for 5 hours. Debatable which one you prefer. Personally, I'd rather just have one draw after waking up, but there is some debate to that fact. Meanwhile, here we have Declan from MIT, the skip, throwing his first stone. Is going to chip in, and it will get the other stone out. A little bit of a tough way to make that shot, but does make it. And MIT now sitting 3. Let me get on to update your scores for this game. Harvard 1, opting to draw around the other way, really your only option here. Can get buried, you would be able to do okay on that. And that will not make it, but MIT now here with Hammer. Last shot, an open draw for 4. These open draws can sometimes be tricky, overthinking yourself a little bit, but lots of backing. Lots of rocks you can hit into, wick into, and end up with a really solid end here to start off the game. Either way, still happy with 3. Apologies for the silence. I am trying to get our scores up for you. Get things set up. That will be a 4 for MIT. Quite the start for them, and that's exactly what you really want to go into this game with. Start off with some momentum after the loss. Try and finish things out in this inter-Broomstones matchup. These matchups where you're playing against a team who you practice with can't always be its own experience. You're going to end up with everyone knowing each other, knowing their tendencies, so really anything can happen. There we go, finally getting things up on track. First stone ended up back in the 8-foot. We're looking for another rock here from MIT. This one looking a lot lighter, trying to sweep it pretty hard. Is going to end up being a guard if they can get it over. Really trying to sweep. Declan coming in. Skip for MIT, trying to finish this stone, get it over, push it over as much as he can. It is going, and he does get it there. Does end up pretty close to the center line, and a nice shot covering that yellow stone a little bit at least. Ideally, you'd want it covering a little more, but sometimes you just gotta accept what you're gonna get on these kind of things. Annabelle, the skip for Harvard, calling for the draw. This rock is going to end up being pretty wide. And we'll stick around. Declan going to try and move it as far as he possibly can. We'll actually end up able to just barely get that rock out, actually. I was not expecting that. Quite a good sweep from Declan, my Finley teammate. And now we have one concurrent view, which does make me question why I am even here. Someone, please tell me. I'm commentating and questioning my own existence. You wanna join? There's one person watching, and so I'm wondering to what extent my value is even necessary at this point.
Well, it's also recording.
True. Forgot about the recording.
Hey, if anyone watches this back, just ignore this part.
Stone coming in from Harvard. Gonna end up being pretty light, but that will be able to get over. Maybe, just barely. Good sweep there from Cameron of Harvard, especially playing down a person. Your one sweeper has got to do double duty, so it can be extra tiring, and good effort there by him to get that rock over. MIT opting to draw around this direction makes sense. Just trying to get more in play. Really make Harvard need to think about what they want to do. Definitely going to jump on this rock, get it in, but it looks like it will be okay. Going to sweep it at the very end here, end up top 8 foot, and that's going to end up being a very nice shot by MIT. Very much a team shot to get it there, but that is well and truly buried behind cover and full 8 foot, almost at the 4 foot. And Annabelle immediately needing to clear up some of these guards to be able to get to that button. Looking close on this, calling for the sweepers. Close. Looks like it might be they might be trying to go for the double. It might be there, but that is just going to get stuffed right on that. And MIT still with 3 rocks in the house. Poor result from Harvard. Probably needed a little bit more weight there for insurance and maybe sweep it a little more to keep it from curling as much. Desperately trying to sweep this rock, getting it to touch paint. It will get there. It will just end up sitting full 12. Very reasonable, very nice result there if you're MIT. I mean, might have been happier to get the rock closer to the button, but at least covering a little bit of the draw lane potentially. And Annabelle here now really thinking about what she wants to call. Or Cameron. Opting to once again hit that center red stone. Wanting to keep things somewhat open. Have more options to the button. This rock is going to end up really wide, however. Gonna call the sweeper, maybe trying to get the rub off of that red, and they will, but it won't really do much, instead just gliding right on through. Alejandro here, releasing his second stone. Opting to not call for sweepers. This rock is going to travel pretty far, looking for maybe a rub off of their own. They will get it. It will be sitting kind of in the open. Harvard available for a hit and roll here. We're just trying to tap it back a bit. Looks like that is the call. Really sweeping this, really going, but that will just end up crashing. I guess that was the goal here. Does clear, that makes the center a little more open. But ideally you wanted to hit and roll off that yellow. That's not a bad secondary shot, but MIT sitting 5 right now, and Harvard, after giving up a big end in the first, really needs to get some something going here at fast. Declan with his first stone here in this second end. Hanging wide, almost into that red, but it will stay there. Sweepers want to get on it, called off immediately by Declan. And that stone will just glide right in and freeze very nicely to that yellow stone of MIT. MIT now sitting 6, and things in a very rough spot if you are Harvard here. Annabelle moving to the other side to look at this house from a different perspective. Not really left with many options. Could maybe hit a double and keep your shooter. Maybe roll under a little bit, but a very tough shot there too. Could potentially draw behind those, but that would leave Declan with a potential run back and a chance of sitting even more. I think probably just drawing around on the sheet 3 side there, being the right side of the top view, probably your best option, but still a very tough call. Really still thinking about what they want here. Unsure what the call is opting. I think for a hit, you could potentially hit the 2 yellows on the left side, double those out, and roll under in one shot if you give it enough weight. Seems like you might end up keeping one of those, might end up hitting that back yellow, one of those 2 back yellows. Really in sort of a desperation situation here, and at the very least just trying to clean up the center so that you have a good draw for 1. Goal seems to be to clean up the center. I think you need normal weight if you want to try and move enough stones around to be in a better situation. Option available for Harvard. This stone's staying pretty wide. Looks like it might get a little bit of it. No, it will just flash. Very unfortunate result for Harvard. MIT still sitting 6. Now able to just draw down, I think. Table fell over. Declan here with his last shot, just trying to, I think, draw down, place another one in the rings. Be a draw against 7 for Harvard. Very dangerous situation. We'll be sweeping it. Maybe not. Calling our sweepers off, and that's just going to end up hitting right into theirs and tap up their stone a little bit to be just touching the button now. Annabelle in a really rough situation here, needing to figure out how she can possibly get one or at least cut the scoring down significantly. You do potentially have a draw around the sheet 3 side, as I have said before. Could get to the 4-foot on that. Harvard here opting to draw around the sheet 1 side. I think it's a little bit harder of a draw, but potentially you have a little more leeway. Less backing. I feel like the other side gives you more options, but you have thrown down the side a few times, so potentially that's what Annabelle is thinking here. And this will be a straight draw against 7. Really just trying to cut this down, at least get to bite the 4-foot and make this just a 1-point end for MIT. Annabelle calling for her sweeper to go as hard as he can, really trying his best. And that stone is going to crash into those, might get to the inside of them and get through. It might get through, and it just barely will. Unsure if that's 1 or 2. It looks like 2 yellow, but it is very hard to tell. And quite the shot there from Annabelle to cut down the scoring, at the very least. And they will call for a measure on those 2 stones. It will be at least 1 yellow. Very least, a nice shot from Annabelle to cut it down to 2, but potentially a chance of it just being 1. Looks like it is yellow, so that will be a score of 2. Steal of 2 for MIT, and that will make the score 6-0. With that, this seems like a good a time as any to give you an update on our scores across the board. Every game is through 2 at the moment. RPI is playing Bowdoin. Bowdoin leading 3-2. Our featured game here, MIT 1 over Harvard 1, 6-0. Penn State 2 on sheet 3 is leading Yale 2, 4-0 rather. And on sheet 4, Castleton is leading MIT 2, 3-0. Meanwhile, on our featured game, first shot here from MIT from Andrin. The lead is a guard, just right to the center line. A very nicely thrown rock. Nicely judged by the skips, or by the sweepers, rather. And the skip. Bring this with quite a lot of weight. It will end up staying. And that might actually be a tick rule violation. It will be. And that stone is going to go right back. For folks unaware, for the first 5 rocks of the game, you have the free guard zone, so any rock in front of the house cannot be removed completely from the game. And the tick rule, any rock that is on the center line cannot leave the center line. Or, sorry, any rock that is a guard and is on the center line cannot leave the center line for those first 5. So in that case, potentially that rock would have also gone out and been a free guard zone violation, but it is also a tick violation. Trying to sweep that as much as they can. Looks like it will just barely get over. And MIT with 2 guards here. Potentially not what you want. You're up big and you just want to keep this game low scoring for the rest of the affair here. But not a situation to be too concerned about. Annabelle opting to draw around on the sheet 3 side. Seems like it would be potentially easier to draw around on the sheet 1 side, but this stone is going to just be light and end up a guard here. MIT now just looking to draw into the center. Got a lot of guards available, so this could potentially be a big end if either team can get a couple of rocks towards that center area. MIT throwing this ends up being pretty wide. Rocks are slower towards the edge, so that will stick around, I think, and I'm going to end up having to sweep it as much as they can to get it as close as they can. Seems like that is going to end up right about at the 1 o'clock mark on your screen. Fine result if you are them, though it does leave a chance for a hit and roll to be undercover for Harvard. Annabelle opts to throw that, it seems. Maybe throwing slightly lower weight, maybe like board or so. Just trying to get to the inside of it, move it over, tap that back. Gonna be sweeping it really hard. Gonna try and keep it going. It might crash on that center yellow, and they will get it by that, but it will just go straight into the red that they threw earlier, and that stone will end up actually covering a little bit more of that yellow rock. Not much, can still see it, but it is better protected for MIT. MIT opting to throw around on the sheet 3 side. Got cover there, try and split the house a little bit. Declan looking at trying to sweep that rock and hold it out. Seems like it might crash on their yellow. It probably will. I'm going to play maybe to raise that. Gonna think about it, but that rock is just gonna end up being too light for that either. We'll just end up coming down, and now there are just even more guards. Lots of guards in this game. 5 stones of 6 are guards. Well, 1 through, 5 of 7, rather. This rock gonna end up being a guard as well. Seems like ice has slowed down a little bit. This team's having thrown on really quick ice all weekend, potentially needing to adjust to this lower weight, or sorry, this lower speed, needing to throw a little higher weight for their hits. Declan questioning what he wants to do here. Really can only get into the house on that side with all of those guards in play. Opting for a little bit of a raise here, trying to throw back line, back 8-ish. That's what he is calling for. Here with Alejandro's... Oh, sorry, this isn't... No, it is. Alejandro's first stone. This rock gonna curl a little bit too much. Gonna try and hold your sweepers and keep it out, but that is just gonna crash on these center reds. Declan gonna try and move that stone out a little bit. It will be open enough that you can see some of that yellow stone. Harvard able to get to that with the right weight, I think. But potentially looking to just draw in or clear this red guard that is causing him trouble. Annabelle opting to take a look from the other end of the house, see what shots might be available, get a different perspective. I feel like your primary shot here has to be drawing down to this. But instead opting to throw weight towards the middle. Oh, no. Throw weight towards the red stone, the high red rock there. Try and open up that draw path at the very least. This rock really moving, trying to sweep it as hard as they can. It is going to be curling quite a lot. Going in out, it will get there. Jostles things up a little bit. Andro trying to draw around this side. We'll be very happy with the rock sort of top 12 area. Ideally you can get it to button, but you won't complain about a couple of locations. Seems like it is going to be rather light though. Declan getting on the sweep. It is just going to go in, and that is just going to end up being another guard in this big pile of guards we've got forming right now. Oop, Declan almost fallen over there, but manages to catch himself. Probably feeling a little silly, but better than ending up on the Cool Falls Slack channel we have at Broomstones. Harvard looking like they're trying to hit that yellow stone, giving a lot of ice for it. This is going to end up really wide. Will chip into that one yellow stone and potentially send that flying. It will, but doesn't really accomplish much for them. I guess it clears up the side a little bit. Yellow stone is a little more visible, if anything, but not particularly. Declan looking to appear to... He wants to split these two stones, get that yellow under cover, roll in the other way with his shooter, and be sitting two with both rocks firmly behind a guard, at least. One rock behind that big super guard we've got forming in the middle of the sheet. Stone looks close, laying off their sweepers, trying to get it to curl a little bit more. It will get there. They're going to go on to it. It is going to start to over curl, in fact, and that might just sail right on through. Be a little heavy, and that is just it'll end up back of the forefoot. So, not necessarily the way you want to have to make that, but you do get there. And Annabelle now forced to follow down to this rock. Could draw around the other side. Looks like she's looking at it. I feel like this direction is a little easier. That rock did move a lot to get over to that spot. And instead of opting for this draw on the sheet 3 side, that. Draw coming in. It seems like it might be a little wide, but these rocks do finish pretty aggressively. Calling for the sweep to keep it traveling straight, but think you need to get it to move over a little bit. It will get into that yellow rock and spill out a little bit, so able for MIT to potentially hit and roll off of this and sit 3. Looks like that is what Declan is going to try and do. Just need to tap it back a little bit. But in reality, you're just fine with a draw in here, up 6. For this throw, holding off. Needs this rock to curl another couple of inches, but needs it to stay straight, actually. It is going to start traveling into that big guard. It is going to end up crashing. Just blocking that draw path. MIT still sitting 1, so it does make the shot quite difficult for Harvard. Annabelle thinking about drawing in potentially through that very tight port of those two yellow stones. Instead, looking to draw the other way. That makes more sense to me. That is fair, because MIT was able to throw on there a couple of rocks ago. Seems like that is your largest port, even if it is kind of small. Annabelle with the pressure on here, throwing her last rock here. A draw against one. Potentially you could get into that yellow and maybe make it two, but it would be really tight and really tough to get by that yellow and over enough. This is going to end up being relatively wide. Seems like it might crash into that yellow of MIT and move over and end up bumping into theirs to be 2 for MIT. Disastrous result for Harvard. Ending up with a steal of 2 after that, making it an 8-0 game. MIT set up with one rock just off the side of the line, right just about the edge of the button. Harvard throwing their stone, trying to get some guards for themselves to use, and that rock is just going to go right on through. And if you're MIT, you're here just trying to keep this game plan very simple, up this many. Hopefully close out this game and be able to get some sleep. Boy, wouldn't I hope for that myself. Throwing this rock going to end up being rather wide, but with a lot of rotation, so it is not going to curl very much. It's going to be heavy too, so that is just going to go on through, I believe. Trying to stop, but Annabelle easily able to sweep that. Will end up going completely out. Harvard in desperate need of some corner guards to use. I'm going to try and get another shot at this. This rock is going to over curl quite a bit. And it will be a corner guard, but only covering just about the edge of the 12-foot. Full 12, maybe. Hard to say. Closer to edge. Declan once again opting just for the draw to the center. This stone looking much better, deciding not to sweep it, now jumping on it, trying to get it as far as they can. Seems like it will end up top 8. Maybe more like full 12. A little more sweeping could have gotten it a little further perhaps, but MIT opting to leave that stone high and potentially use it for a raise or a run later if necessary. And this rock here is rather heavy from the first-time curler at lead. Potentially able to rub off of their own if they swept it a little bit, but instead opting to not sweep it and instead let it travel. Though, unlikely you could have gotten much accomplished by rubbing off of your own red. Potentially could have caused problems, so probably the right call there. Stone is gonna over curl and just end up being a guard. Not really what you want, but still with lots of room to play. Annabelle opting to draw around the other side. Gives a little bit more options, but you do need to be cautious of getting by that top yellow guard there. If you can get past that, you should be very well buried behind those two stones. But potentially able to be hit with a short run back of the yellow stone that is currently counting. This rock looks like it will crash, in fact. It's going to be quite heavy. And that will just split those two. Changes the guarding structure right now a little bit. Declan opting to draw around, just get to the wings. Sweeper's getting on this stone immediately. Potentially thinking it's light, but being called off here by the skip. Being called back on. This stone is going to be just about a 2, maybe even a 1. And it might not even cross this hog line, in fact. That stone will just be hogged and will be removed from play. Cameron here throwing his next stone, trying to hit the center yellow of MIT rather, but it will instead stay wide and will just crash into their own and might potentially raise that stone in. We'll be able to move it out, but we'll stick around, and that will be a second counter for MIT. Stone drawing in and ending up top 12. Nice shot for MIT, blocking the draw path. And Harvard here just trying to hit and roll, potentially. And trying to hit that center yellow, in fact. Potentially roll under either other yellow rock. Will stay wide. And just a nose hit will be third shot. And Declan opting to try and raise this yellow stone here in the middle seems like the sensible choice. Calling for Alejandro to put the broom down for him. Declan looking for the promote here on his first stone of the fourth end. Drawing down, weight looks right. Sweeper's gotta go to try and keep it straight and maybe get this stone to promote the other way, but that is gonna end up being pretty light, in fact. Will just stay out of the house, and that does block a potential promote in the future unless you come around a little further, which could be a dangerous shot given that you would have a high likelihood of promoting Harvard's on a miss. Annabelle looking to draw around here, potentially trying to draw through those 2 red stones. It's going to be a very tough draw if she can make it to sit on the... I mean, really get to the button with that line if you can get through that port and your sweepers can hold it enough. Stone looks to be rather heavy, in fact. Potentially thinking that it was going to be a little slower on this path they haven't thrown, but that is just going to sail right on through. Port is there if they want to draw for her next shot, but right now, MIT sitting 2 stones. Going to just try and promote their yellow a bit and split these 2. Get another one under. Stone does look to be close. Needs to curl a little more. Just needs to get by that yellow, though. It will just get the... Taking that will roll very nicely onto the 4-foot. So a very nice shot from Declan. A little bit of an unfortunate cam in for him. Does make that rock easier to get to, but you're definitely very happy if you are MIT. Especially given that Harvard is now going to be forced to a 1 here. They make this shot and you go 8-1 with MIT getting hammer for the 2nd time this game. Able to get a 4 on their first attempt with hammer.
I think so. I'm not aware of any Bonspiel specific rules related to that. Yeah, no, I don't think so. We don't have anything like that.
Annabelle once again here in a situation against quite a few stones. Needing to make a shot to, at the very least, cut MIT down. But at this point, you really just need some points. And you gotta hope for a couple of big ends and big steals, potentially.
It's just that. It's just like the, or not the.
Trying to quite a bit. Gonna need to sweep that a little bit, opting instead to leave it. Oh, it will just barely get by that. It will rub over, and that will be a steal of 1 for MIT, but a successful shot to cut it down under normal circumstances. Goes to 9-0. MIT drawing their stone into the house, potentially going through, actually. This stone will stick around and will be back of the 8-foot, looks like. It's that big.
It's quite a bit.
Yeah. Back 12 is another like foot and a half.
It's fully in the bed. Looking at the right one.
It's touching the 8.
We used to call those nibblers because they're not even biting.
Harvard and MIT using each using one of their stones will go through on this end. Harvard trying to throw this stone in, looks to be really light, however. And this will also just be hogged. MIT opting to draw to the top of the house, just really trying to get rocks in play. You don't need anything in as a guard when you're up this much. And in fact, most rocks can tend to hurt you. Would be fine with rocks just sailing right on through if you are MIT, because you don't want to give Harvard very many opportunities to use anything. Declan running up to help his sweeper. Seems like it will be fine, though, and this stone will travel right into the other one. Will be right on the button.
Oh, you're not going to call it 4-foot? I mean, it's biting 4-foot.
This rock going to come down quite nicely intact to be at just the top of the 4. This end shaping up to be a little better for Harvard. Got some potential options, but MIT still with a rock touching the button. Just gonna crash on the center one. Ideally, you'd rather have cleared that center yellow guard than the one on the wings, but still good to get something out of the way. Keeping your shooter around. Stone coming down, gonna be very nicely placed if they want to try and tap that red, but that actually is just gonna help Harvard a little bit. Move their stone up a touch, but still sitting one for MIT. For back 8 weight here from Harvard, trying to just tap their stone up a little bit, potentially tap the yellow back a hair, or maybe trying to hit those two. I feel like if you're trying to hit your 2 yellows, you're gonna call a little more weight. The stone gonna end up very narrow, and that's just gonna over curl a bunch. Potentially trying to play the raise on that far red actually is going to over curl past that. This stone moving a good 6 or 7 feet, potentially with a release pulling that stone over a little more. Declan talking with his team. T here throwing some weight at these 2 rocks, potentially trying to hit their yellow into the red of Harvard and chip that one out. That stone's going to be close, but it is going to over curl a little bit and instead gets rid of their own. MIT still sitting 1. Harvard can potentially get rid of both of these stones, and that would result in them being the counting rock, potentially with an option to get 3 if things go well, but at the moment really just trying to get rid of that center counting stone and at least get a point on the board before this game ends. Annabelle throwing her first stone here. Playing with a couple of new curlers and trying her best to stay in this game. But the amount of time left on the clock, the amount of ends they're going to be able to play, it does seem somewhat unlikely. Going to make a nice double. In fact, almost a triple. That was a hell of a shot. They are... Are they two? No. Harvard just sitting one with their third, and I think they've got stones 3 and 4 as well. Oh yeah, so, you know, if things go well, they could get a big end here, but would require a miss here from MIT, opting to try the double themselves, I think. I'm pretty sure that's it. What a line for this rock. It is going to start to curl. Both sweepers getting on it. Declan trying to get close here, hold this stone. Seems like it is just going to go past. It might just barely get past that yellow stone. Really got to sweep it to get it to go. It's just going to crash, but it will spill in and be the second shot, I think. Harvard does have a double here, which would score them 5 if they can make it. By no means an easy shot, but there are no easy shots when you have a deficit as big as you do right now. And I feel like if you're Harvard, you gotta try and go for what you think is gonna get you the most points. Instead, Annabelle opting to, I think, promote a stone on this side. Probably the safer shot, and it would get you 2, but at this point you need way more than 2 if you want to have a chance at this game, and the hit for 5 would result in you cutting your deficit to 4. Stone gonna end up being very short, very low weight, and instead Harvard just gonna have to sit with the 1. Score being 9-1 now. At least happy to not be shut out of this game, but not the ideal result if you're Harvard. Harvard able to get a very nice center guard there for their first stone, but needing a very big steal if they want to come back from this game. A little bit of a score update for you across the sheet. RPI 1 leading Bowdoin 1, 5-3. MIT on our featured game leading Harvard 1, 9-1. Penn State 2 leading Yale 2, 10-0, and Castleton leading MIT 2, 7-2. Every team through 5 here, and unlikely to get any more than 7 ends here. No team has thrown enough rocks in the 6th that they could get by. Gonna end up with 4 rocks here, all as center guards. Gonna try and draw around here, get one in play. But you've got 2 ends here to work, and you really need something big. Harvard opting for a safer shot to try and get 2 in the last end, as opposed to going for a hit for 3 or potentially a hit for 5. Which did risk giving up a 2, but down this many, that's kind of the risks you've got to be willing to take. Instead, being stuck to a force, and now needing to, instead of getting a big end with hammer, getting a big steal, which MIT has not been willing to give up in some of their recent games, generally getting a couple of small steals, which was the result of their game against Harvard 2 that they lost in the previous draw. But with only a couple ends to play here, you really need, you gotta get a 5 on the board, I think, if you want to have a shot at this game. Stone gonna end up getting in, but it is just gonna be a guard. Big pile of guards here for both teams. Really just trying to draw around and get something in play. Push this stone, unsure why, just gonna crash into their own. Potentially hoping that it was going to curl enough that they could get through to the other port, but just not gonna curl that much with that weight. Maybe, but I don't think it was that. MIT also opting to draw around here. This stone staying a little further to the edge. Seems like it will be able to get by with sweeping if necessary. They will jump on it. Definitely going to call for it. This rock is going to slow down quite a bit. Not thrown very much towards this edge, and the sweepers are going to try as hard as they possibly can, but this is just going to end up being a 3-guard, 2-3-ish. And really just a pile of 8 guards and nothing in the house is college curling in a nutshell. This stone is just going to travel down and end up hitting MIT's, and it is going to be a promote for MIT, crashing on their own and actually ending up with both of those as guards. So now we have 9 guards in play. No stones out. Every single rock is in play, and no stones are counting. Declan opting to try and throw another guard here in an astonishing goal of getting the 10th guard. Really, the deciding factor in this game will be that 10th guard. Stone gonna end up being narrow for that. Try and sweep it, but that will just crash into some of the other, and I'm just rooting for as many guards as possible now, this being number 10. Right. Set up really nice for a blank here with these 10 guards.
I mean,
IT opting to draw around. Really need a ton of ice, more so than they're calling there. I feel like you need to go up the sheet if you want to get behind those at this point. Sorry, yep, Harvard I meant to say. Not MIT. Stone gonna stay wide. Gonna try and keep it out there. They will get it by those guards, but gonna be pretty heavy. Gonna finally have a rock that touches the paint, even for just a second, as Declan is going to try and sweep this stone out, and we will have our very first stone that is not in play of this end on stone number 11. Declan calling for the unprecedented 12th guard of the game. Of the end, rather. Sorry, this would be the 11th guard. Because that stone did go through. Instead, throwing this rock a little heavy, it is going to unfortunately be a counting stone.
nonsense. That's quitter talk.
Declan sweeping it to get it in play, and now MIT sitting 1.
She hates me, huh? There's a lot of stars in play.
Annabelle trying to draw around this side. Outcount that one stone of MIT. So big rainbow stones in front. This is going to end up being short, I think. Going to sweep it as much as they can. But just going to stop. And now we do have guard number 11 guarding that one stone of MIT a little bit. Cameron stepping over sort of a landmine, a minefield rather, trying to make his way to the other side after that throw. Edge of the sheet here. At this point, I'm almost questioning whether it's easier to throw the other side. Probably not. You do have more room on this side a little bit. An end where we have one rock out of play. Definitely going to throw this with a good amount of weight. I'm thinking it's quite slow towards the edge here. It is going to be rather slow, just riding the line. Sweepers trying to get it going. Really need both sweepers on this stone if they want it to count. In reality, they are going to guard, and that is the first time I've ever seen a guard that wide that actually potentially matters. Options for Harvard here. You could potentially go through that port over on the side with the guard and try and hit that out, but that seems like it's almost impossible. Instead, opting to try and maybe promote their one off center on this side. Really your best bet here with so many rocks in play. Stray rock coming in from sheet 1, potentially causing there to be another guard in play on this sheet. I think MIT and Harvard should have just let that stone stick around. Final result here on sheet 4. Castleton takes the E final over MIT 2, 10-2. Great result for them, taking some photos down on the ice. Annabelle here, trying to promote one of her rocks. It's going to be the heaviest weight we've seen all end, or heaviest weight called we've seen all end, rather. Actually, in fact, heaviest. That is going to crash. It is going to stay wide, and that is going to end up promoting another one of MIT's stones. Creates another guard. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12. 12 guards. 2 stones in play. 2 out, and that will be a shake from Annabelle, opting to not try the miraculous 14 guard structure. Yeah. And so that'll be a victory here for MIT on sheet 1, or on sheet 2 rather, taking that game handedly over Harvard 9-1. Now I'm going to bring you over to sheet 1, where we have the only real close affair of this particular draw. RPI 1 leading Bowdoin 1 5-3, managing 5 unanswered points after giving up a 3 in the first end. Sheet 3 wrapping up their game 2 shortly. Throwing the last stone of the 6th end here, with Penn State sitting 1. Gonna end up throwing this stone on that sheet, or sorry, Penn State sitting 2, and giving up a steal of 2. Gonna be a 12-0 game on sheet 3. Meanwhile, on sheet 1, this rock promoted, gonna stay out. RPI does have 1 stone right on the button. Giving that up, and that was the end of that end, in fact. And that is going to be 6-1, or 6-3 rather. Could play a 7th if they want to here. See if they do. They are going to play the 7th. And that now makes 6 unanswered points from RPI. Guy looking to just have a low-scoring end here, finish this game out. Bowdoin in desperate need of their first points since the first end. Did manage to get a 3 with hammer when they did score, so it is very possible for them. But given how this game has gone recently, they will take a big shift in momentum if they want to take the victory. RPI throwing the stone, going to end up being rather deep. Going to be in the rings, which is a perfectly fine result if you're them. RPI very willing to play hits, it seems, especially for a team that does not have a lot of experienced curlers. RPI 1 entirely curlers listed as having 1 year's experience. Unsure if that means that this is their first year or if this is, in fact, the start of their second. It can be kind of hard to judge on these sheets. By information sheets, that being. Bowdoin trying to throw this rock, potentially to hit that red, but that's just going to sail right on through. A3 gonna end, final score 12-0. That being the H event final. MIT 1 taking the G event final, 9-1. And this last game here is our F event. RPI just trying to sweep this rock in, get another rock on the top of the 4. This is instead gonna be top full 8 right about. Yeah, full 8. Very happy to just keep no guards in play and just try and end this game unceremoniously. Bowdoin trying to get another guard up. Potentially, but this rock is going to be really light. Sweeper's opting to avoid it and just kick it down. Was not enough weight where they could get that over. RPI now sitting here with 2 rocks in play and can honestly look to just split the house and put more things in the zone. Instead of opting for the guard, I don't necessarily agree with that call. I feel like you want to avoid guards at all costs right now. but potentially able to use that, and if it ends up deep, they could always get that in the rings as well. Be sitting 3. Gonna really go on the sweep here. Gonna be quite light from the second of RPI. Trying his best to sweep it as good as he can, going as hard as he can, but it is just not gonna make it over. And instead is going to be hogged. Unfortunate for the second throwing, but actually good turn of events for RPI, as this guard was potentially not going to help them very much and could potentially hurt them. So Bowden now opting to try for the double here, I think. Stone is going to be closed. Looks like it is a little wide. Going to end up being really wide. They're going to try and push it over as much as they can, but the stone is just not going to move very much. Gets over another half a rock's width or so, but is instead just going to sail right on through. RPI opting to try for the guard again. Control the 2 stones they do have, though. Once again, I think a guard tends to benefit Bowden here. You really just want to get more in the rings, probably towards the edge of the sheet. Gonna sweep this, gonna try and sweep it really hard, but this is also just gonna hog. Another unfortunate, or fortunate miss, potentially. And Bowden opting for less ice here, seeing as the last one went rather straight. Throwing this rock, it's going to be more weight, kind of falling over on the slide there, but it is looking really nice, in fact. That stone is going to move over, going to need it to curl a little bit more, but going to need to hold it straight to try and get the double. Just going to get the single, however. RPI still sitting 1, and now Bowden, having used 4 of their 8 rocks, needs to get 3 with the remaining 4 stones. RPI opting for a guard on their rock, but in reality, they just need to keep this this house really open, and they should be able to take the victory in that case. We'll lay off the sweep here. Looks like it is kind of heavy. Sweeper's jumping on it, trying to get it to go. This rock is going to stay towards the edge. Really need to push it if they want it to end up being a guard guarding their stone. It will get across the hog line, and it will just barely catch the side of that stone. Got a little bit of coverage, but still very hittable for Bowden. Although I don't even know if you necessarily want to hit it here. Probably just want to draw down to it. Given as you need any help you can get in trying to convert these 4 rocks into at least 3 points. And for those of you on Jack Watch, Jack Cordis, cleaning up sheet 2 here in the referee uniform, exiting the camera frame. Absolutely. Looks like Bowden is opting to come down to that, maybe tap it back a little bit. No, throwing more weight than I expected. It was closer to control. Rocket's going to stay pretty wide, though. Gonna try and push it as much as they can. It is gonna move over a little bit. They are gonna get it close. Sweeper laying off. Potentially could have just pushed it further, but actually it is gonna get under, and that is gonna be a very nice hit to sit 1. And if you're RPI here, you might just want to look at getting rid of your guard, because at this point it is only hurting you. Opting to try and come down to this can be risky, because suddenly you are giving some options for Bowden. If you can get this perfect, you might end up, you could ice this game, but otherwise you are going to be at a risk of giving up a big end. Stone looks like it has enough weight. A little on the heavy side. Looks like it might be back 8 or so. It is coming down a lot. Stone is curling. They are trying to get it to move over. It is, in fact, going to be lighter than I thought it was. That stone is going to keep on traveling and get just barely get to that stone. It is going to be second shot and make life rather difficult for Bowden. It is a nice shot there from the third of RPI. Bowden with 4 stones, with 3 stones to throw. Needs to get 3 here if they want to keep this game going. As much as us volunteers would potentially like to get to bed.
It's true.
This is now going to be sitting 1 stone here for Bowden. Kind of just got to protect what they got if they want to. RPI could have hit out their own red on the previous shot. Probably would have been the right call. Because now... I know. Bowden able to capitalize by putting another one in play. Could potentially run that back if the right thing occurs. But not in desperation mode yet for RPI. Still very much just trying to hold on to this lead you have going here. Cameras are refreshing. They are coming back though. Stone going to be rather low weight. Sweep and gonna just end up crashing on that center guard. Gonna tap that over a little bit, potentially cover their stone a hair more. Not much, just gonna cover the stone of Bowden. And now if you're Bowden here, you can potentially draw down, be sitting 2, touching the button. Unsure how you get your 3, but it is very possible. And these center guards just benefiting Bowden and really hurting RPI's chances of making this game end quickly. However, this stone is going to curl in, and it is just going to hit that pile of guards. Going to tap the others over a little more. Now covering about half to 2/3 of RPI's stone. RPI here really just put up a guard, I think. Cover their 1. A little late to be hitting. PI Skip pointing where he wants it, I think, trying to come this direction. I feel like you have better odds throwing the other side on this stone, but potentially able to promote those guards they have already. I feel like you've got more options throwing the other side, but opting to stay on the side closest to the wall. This stone is going to go close to that. It's going to go kind of through that port and move over, and will end up being a guard where they kind of want it to be. Leaves the center open, though, for a potential run that Bowden can now throw to sit 3. Bowden here now trying to throw to keep this game going. This is going to be the hammer shot. They need to get the result they want with this. It is going to be really close coming in, trying to keep this rock straight, trying to hit into the stone that they need to. And they will manage to do it to keep this game. This is going to go to an extra end. My God, I want to go to bed.
Isaac.
And just a disastrous result from RPI, who really, had they cleared a guard earlier on, could have gotten rid of that stone. They are opting to shake? I'm not sure what the result is here.
I don't think they're shaking.
I think it was like top 12.
Like, they're
I saw them shake hands, I was confused.
This is what we live for, Isaac. Extra end.
And now we do have the first extra end of the spiel.
Isaac, are you having a good time?
Not anymore.
On mic. Do you miss when there were guards everywhere?
Like our end.
Yeah. All right, joining me here for this extra end, we have Declan, the skip for MIT1.
Right off the ice.
Right off the ice, finishing in the featured game.
Top house.
He's going to be top of the 4 foot for RPI.
Definitely a very different strategy when all you need is 1 point.
Oh yeah. And in situations like the last end, really RPI could have put the game on ice if they had played a little more defensively, instead giving up the 3.
Yeah.
This Stone here opting to try and throw the hit, but it is just going to stay towards the wall side.
Very.
Wall is going to be really slow, so that is going to start to come down quite a lot.
Get a corner guard out of it?
They're going to get a corner guard from this. Not exactly the most helpful without hammer, but you know what? That will stick around.
Or not for RPI?
Absolutely.
Trying to
Just get
win the game with that 1 redstone?
You know, I feel like there's an instructive end where they could potentially, they'd really want right now. Maybe one where they had about 7 or 8 guards on that 1 stone.
I think we were up to like 12 guards.
Oh, yes, you were. It was 12. I was counting. It might have even been 13. Ah.
Sorry to bust your bubble.
Sweeping pretty hard here, coming down.
It is going to be a guard. Not really guarding much.
Definitely still hit the red.
Absolutely.
Bowden would definitely love to hit the red and slide behind those guards.
An option is now available, and that is the downside of trying to throw this hit. RPI really could have just tried to draw around, potentially, and sit 2, instead of throwing this.
Yeah, when all you need is 1 point, guards early are risky.
Stone going to come over and just miss a astonishing run back, but a result that will be okay for RPI. Thanks. Second here from RPI, trying to get a guard. Has been rather light on his last 2. This does look like it's going to be okay. Sweepers are laying off. Should really get on it, though. This rock is coming down and in a hurry.
So a bit wide, too.
A little wide, resulting in it being a little slower, and that is going to be a 3rd hog in a row. Unfortunate result for the 2nd of RPI. Now, Bowden given another opportunity to hit this center red.
Definitely very different strategies between Bowden and RPI with
Absolutely.
hammer or not.
A little astonishing for me from RPI, a team that seemed to be very hit happy throughout this weekend, opting instead for a lot of draws in their last end. Or at least very hit happy for a team of primarily 1-year curlers.
Fair. Sailing through.
Sailing right through, and once again, another chance here at the guard. Just needs a little more weight. RPI really just wants to finish this game with the first stone they threw of this end.
Yeah, when you see the other team miss a few takeouts, it gets really tempting to just start all the guards.
Oh, yeah. But you are risking with a lot of guards, giving up a steal, and then suddenly you've blown a 3-point lead. Gonna sweep this over. Does not really need to sweep it over. Really just gotta let it sit.
Yeah, getting a little close to that red in the house.
Gonna push it over a little more and just be outside of the rings. Honestly, probably should have just tried to draw that down, I think.
Risk setting up the double, though.
I think you sweep that enough, it does end up getting nose.
That's fair.
Instead, you kind of have this corner guard that's not really protecting the center. Hard to see. Unfortunately,
Yeah, it looks like Bowden's trying to still hit that thread in the house.
yeah, opting for the hit. And now they got a couple of directions they can roll to sit one.
And you almost don't mind if you hit either of the guards. 'Cause
Oh,
that's good
absolutely.
for you too. Touch wide, maybe on that.
Wide. It
lower
is going
guard.
to come over pretty aggressively at the end
Oh,
here,
yeah.
actually. And that is going to end up being it is going to roll over, going to roll past, in fact, and going to be open for RPI to hit, should they so desire.
See, now is when those guards can start coming back and hurting RPI.
Absolutely. Luckily, that stone did move over a little bit. Enough that it is in the open. Opting for the hit, it looks like.
Going slightly lighter here because they definitely wanted to stick around.
This rock is going to end up just being like top 12 weight, if anything, closer. It's just going to end up sitting a guard, actually, which does not necessarily help you if you're RPI.
Yeah, Bowden gets one back behind all those.
Could be in a really rough spot very shortly if Bowden can capitalize.
Looks like they're looking at that.
I mean, yeah, you don't have very many other options. Draw around, stay to the wall side, maybe? Draw around that side is fine, too. But backing.
Maybe a little tough to get around that lower guard to the forecourt,
Yeah.
though.
I feel like I like drawing around the wall side a little better.
I
You end
agree.
up sitting further away. If you draw around the other side, you potentially just set up a double.
Yeah. I think that's what they're thinking about. Got to think a little bit about RPI throwing a takeout down the center. You kind of want to be behind one of those guards.
Absolutely, but you should be able to get enough coverage if you go around. Opting to... Not sure what this ice is, actually. Oh, opting to throw out here. Gonna throw the draw on this side, in fact. You can get around it, you will be in a good spot, but it does leave a couple of options if you end up short. Declan, you can leave. You can leave if you need
Oh,
to.
wait. The game succeed. Decided to do not wall side.
Yeah, prefers this side. Does have some benefits.
Get a guard if you're light.
Yeah, you wouldn't be opposed to that. Force RPI to draw. This looks to be rather on the heavy side. Seems like it's gonna just curl in a bunch, actually.
Tap that top guard over.
Potentially could get a roll on their own for the guard. Does get a little bit over, desperately trying to sweep it as far as he can get it. It is not going to be shot rock, but it will be in the rings. Should still be able to see that stone. They are going to call for the hit. Talking about wanting to do a draw instead, but going back to the hit, really just trying to see what the Vice wants to throw here. Both shots are reasonable. It's really up to whatever you think you can make. Gonna call their sweepers on. Gonna try and push it over.
Wide.
Seems wide. Is gonna come over enough, I think. You're gonna lose your shooter.
That's okay.
are going to be sitting 1 as RPI, so
So now Bowden
an okay result for them.
is to pick where they want to draw to.
Yeah. Opting to, I think, draw around that same way they just threw. Makes sense. You've just thrown there. You know what it's been doing. You do have 2 rocks as guards now that you can cover with. Looking at maybe the draw over the center?
Yeah, I think they're still worried about RPI throwing a takeout down the center. They have to be like one side of the 4-foot.
Yeah, I feel like you have better odds at throwing wider, trying to get by the yellow and sitting on the edge of the 4. Instead, opting to try and throw through the center, get to the port, but that does leave the ability to just come down to that stone later on. Laying off, that stone is carving over pretty aggressively.
Maybe on that red.
It will get by the top red. Will it get by the red closest to the house? It will, and that will be shot stone for Bowden.
I think that's exactly where they wanted it.
Very nice location, but able to make the hit on this. Hard to see how much it is actually being covered. Looks like it might be covered by about a half.
Yeah, I guess, and you hope if you're Bowden that RPI kind of rolls out on that hit and you can put that stone right back. Check on my team. Yeah, tomorrow if they're hit.
Losing Declan here, but gonna finish out this game with the skips rocks. Really making this game come down to the wire. Stone looks to be kind of narrow, needs to get on it, needs to sweep it pretty aggressively. The stone will curl off of the center line. It will crash into their own guard, in fact, and roll over. Not a terrible result for RPI, actually, clearing some of those center stones, but by no means ideal. And now Bowden able to just try and place up a guard. Does leave a short run for RPI, but easier than the hit. Trying to draw down that center line, get one on around 3. A couple feet away from the center, or from the house, rather. This stone is going to be a little heavy. It is going to keep going. Going to try and sweep it as far as they can. Going to lay off, though. Do have a double option here for RPI, and that would leave them 2 if they can make it, but they do not want to have to throw a double. Looks like that is what they are calling. It is the right shot here. You could make it 2 different ways. You could get it around. You could hit the yellow stone pretty thick and get it around the wall side to clear, or you can hit it on the other side of that 7 rock on the 4-foot. Opting to throw this handle, I feel like this runs into some more problems for you. You'd rather keep that, or actually, I'm sorry, this is hammer, so it doesn't matter. I feel like you'd rather throw the other side. Needing to make this double to win this game. Final stone here from RPI. And release this rock. Looks like it is pretty wide. Getting the sweeper on. Trying to push it over as much as they can. Gonna maybe need to play a run on their red if they can. It will get there. It will just chip, and that will be a victory for Bowden. Unfortunate result for RPI. Giving up a 3 and then a 2 to end that game. And that will be a Bowden victory. RPI just cannot hold on to their lead and win, and so instead that will be a Bowdoin win in the E event, or F event rather. That will be the end of our broadcast here as well. Let me bring you over to our overview screen. Just going to get the update here. We had across the board, we had victories for Bowdoin 1, Penn State 2, MIT 1, and who's the other game? Oh, and who's on sheet? Oh, Castle. Is it Castle? Yes. Castleton got the victory on sheet 4. That is going to be one red win, I think, at end. And that will be the end of our broadcast. Thank you all for joining us. And we will see you tomorrow for the A event final. Thank you all for joining and have a great night.